All right, welcome into Before Floor here, an extension of 5 on the Floor on the 5 Reasons Sports YouTube channel. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe buttons. Get all of your content. Here's who we've got tonight. Little noisy in the background, guys. Somebody mute. We got Ricky J. Mark on the top. We've got Alejandro Villegas, our producer. We've got Jonathan Romlicon. Follow him a three-piece combo. Our friend Timmy, and then also Brady Hawk. No Greg tonight. Gad Cartagena is going to be at the arena tonight. He's going to be at State Farm Arena, so you should make sure you follow him. I'll tweet out his handle from the 5 Reasons account. Also, make sure you subscribe to Off the Floor tonight. We'll have different people manning that account. Of course, that's our subscription-only account, $3.05 a month, but you get a week to try it and see if you want it, and it's $30 for the entire year. So I always tweet that out from the 5 Reasons account, so check that out as well. Also, thanks to our sponsors, Biscayne Bay Brewing, the official beer of the 5 Reasons Sports Network. Also have the Miami Marlins. Also, they've got kiosks at the FTX Arena. Also, they got a new brew house like right down the street from the FTX Arena. So I'm actually going down this week. Check it out now that it's done. You get the Tropical Bay IPA, the Marlins Lager, all of their other great beers, the Pastime Pilsner, at many locations in South Florida, including our sponsor, Quarterdeck. We're having a watch party at Quarterdeck in Davie on Sunday night. So just blending sponsors there. So get your beer there, and also at local supermarkets like Winn-Dixie, Publix, Whole Foods, and others. Also, our sponsor, Mark Brown, MARC, brownpa.com, the man with a plan. If you need an estate plan, and yes, you do need an estate plan, reach out to him at markbrownpa.com or 954-566-5678. Again, if you're young with a family, if you're older with a family, if you've got a family, if you just want to know where your money's going to go, if you don't want somebody else getting it, it matters what happens when you die. Check it out, markbrownpa.com. I don't need to be a downer today, but make sure you check that out. Also, he's got a title company right there in-house. He can help you finish your closing. All right, let's get to it. And let's mute in the background. Okay, thank you. All right, let's get to tonight. Brady, who's in, who's out?
Yeah, everybody's in. So not much to say about that. They're going to roll with the same guys. If there's anybody questionable in general over this playoff run, unless you know of the injury and see it on the court, they're going to play. Especially, it's just a waste of typing that PJ Tucker's questionable, because there's no instance in a playoff game where he's ever going to sit out.
Yeah, this is the new thing for the Heat. Putting everybody on the team as questionable. I don't know what this is. How many times this year has somebody been questionable and actually not played? It feels like maybe twice. So I mean, whenever that comes out, the guys playing, unless they're looking for some excuse, playing the gamesmanship here thing. But Ricky, let's get to the state of this series. And I've, you look at NBA series, and there tends to be a pattern that I've talked about here, which is if you have a better team, like the Sixers look like they're better than the Raptors. Okay. You have, the Denver Golden State series. Golden State looks like they're better than Denver. That game 3, you tend to see the home team, the team that's down 2-0, get a lead, come out strong, but then typically the better team will steal that game 3. And then the series is essentially over. And we saw it with Philadelphia and Toronto. We saw it with Golden State and Denver. Denver and Toronto led those games for most of the time. They didn't win those games. I feel like we may be headed for a similar situation tonight.
Yeah, and not to, potentially drive the knife in a little bit further, but it happened last year between Milwaukee and Miami. This is the kind of game where you absolutely have to win. I know a lot of fans might think, okay, we're up 2-0. We can afford to spare a game. It's no big deal. But as we're looking at the Sixers-Raptors series, you want to finish this team off as quickly as possible. You don't want to let them back into the series. Just think back to 2006. If Dallas had won that game 3, we're not talking about how Dwayne Wade went nuclear. We're not talking about championship Heat culture. We're not talking about LeBron and Chris Bosh and all these other vets coming here, and we probably still have 0 rings on this team. This game 3 could shift the entire course of the series. Finish this team off. This Heat team right now has everything they need to finish the job. They should go out and do it, because if we're being quite honest about this situation, we don't know how long this is going to last in terms of the good health of a team that's a little bit on the older side. I've been saying this for quite some time now. PJ Tucker's body is a ticking time bomb. We don't know what limb is going to fall off at this point. We don't know, and we want him to stay as healthy as possible. The same for all the other guys. Jimmy's doing great. We don't want to jinx anything, right? But we want these older guys to get as much rest as possible, because look at what rest did for them in the first 2 games of this series.
Ricky, if PJ loses a limb, he's still playing.
All right, here we go. You're back. Okay.
Yeah, so it's got to be 2 limbs if he's not going to play. But Jonathan, I found it interesting that Trae Young is kind of speaking so publicly about his difficulties in this series. At first it was, the foul calls. Now it's he has to outthink Eric Spoelstra. I don't usually, and then it was also, we have to get the Hawks fans to sort of, be louder than the Heat fans in our own building. Like, this is weird talk from a star to me. Like, it sounds like a guy who, I don't know, he's in his head a little bit right now, or they've gotten in his head.
Yeah, it definitely seems like they've gotten in his head, because as the star player, you always want to try to say the right things, but it seems like everything that he's saying is just coming off a little weird and with a little bit of an edge to it. Like there's just some subliminal message behind everything he's saying. So it's weird that he's saying everything he's saying, because like you said, he's publicly displaying the struggles that he had. Like both game 1 and game 2 were different things that he was talking about, whether it was the game plan of Coach Spoelstra or the lack of foul calls, that he was not going to get. But that's the way that this Heat team is going to play. And that's how we all know that the playoff basketball is. Playoff basketball is more physical. They tend to hold their whistle a little bit more. And that's just how things go. And that's why players like James Harden have notoriously struggled before, because they can't get the same free throw numbers like they did before. So it's weird that he's saying the things that he is, but I think he's just trying to do his best as a young leader of this Hawks team and just trying to say the right things to maybe give the fans something to grasp on, give his team something to grasp on, so that way they have something to hold on to moving forward into the next game.
To Ricky's point also, Devin Booker's hurt already. Chris Middleton is hurt already. Joel Embiid is hurt already, although he's going to play through it. Like, this is an attrition game here in the playoffs. There's no question about that. The fact Miami has more depth is good. You don't want to have to go to that depth necessarily. Timmy, we saw in the last game, we're kind of trying to figure out which complimentary shooter was going to help Trae. And I said it would be Bogdanovich. Broken clock, is right twice a day. Okay. But it hasn't been Herter yet, really. It hasn't with Gallinari in game 1, not game 2. John Collins still seems to be feeling his way back in. I mean, they got to get 2 guys to help Trae to win a playoff game in this series, don't they?
Yeah, and I think Boogie has. I'm always afraid of, as I like to call him, the Serbian Buddy Hield. I'm always afraid of Boogie, and I think he got his assist rhythm in that fourth quarter. Like, I literally, once it went up, I was like, that's going in. I think maybe a home game, Herder. This would be a game Herder gets off. Collins, I think, is just, he sat for 2 months, torn ligament in his foot. His finger, if you saw the picture, Ethan, his finger looks horrible. He just isn't there. But I saw a few things that made life a bit difficult in the first half. Last game that John helps him with, he got some tips and some steals, both him and Wright, that they didn't get in game 1. So I expect the type of energy this game. I think they're going to be definitely some loose balls that they might get to before the Heat. But yeah, if no one else gets going, and we still do a Trae game. I actually think tonight is a Trae game, but it won't be enough. But I do think we get a Trae game, and I think maybe the backcourt goes off tonight, but the Heat still, because we still haven't had the Bam game, even though he's holding people to 18% when guarded by Bam. 18, I want to by the system still at 18%. But I think Hero will finally get off. I did see, I can't remember who pointed out, but they Nate is mirroring Reich's minutes with Hero. Whenever Hero's on the court, Wright's on the court. When Hero sits down, Wright sits down. So that's something Spo I feel might have looked at over the last 2 days to try and get that going. Yeah,
Brady, you've mentioned that the DeLon Wright minutes mirroring the Hero minutes, and we've also talked about it. Trae, addressed this, the different looks that they're going to throw at Trae. Spo's had a couple of days now. 2 days off in between to kind of figure things out. We know he doesn't like to just keep it the same even after a win. Give me the one tweak you think will be different tonight.
You're saying for Trae Young or for Miami's perspective?
No, just for Spo in general. Like, what is he going to throw into this series that we haven't seen yet?
I said it yesterday's floor is yours. I think the biggest difference is going to be that, for one, they're not, no matter if it worked or not, they're not sticking completely with the same game plan. You just cannot do that. I think the thing you want to do is just stay home on shooters, because I think you can live with a Trae Young game. And it may sound crazy, but the way that Atlanta gets up early and kind of makes that run that you keep talking about is if the shooters collectively get going. If that in that arena they start shooting the way that they have all season, being number 2 in 3-point shooting, right behind Miami. If those shooters get going, I think that's what can turn things. But if they stay home on shooters, they say, okay, we're going to put PJ and Bam inside the action. We're going to tell you two to deal with it. We're not going to send as many doubles up high. I'd be interested to just see how he would deal with it, because I feel like he's just been so playing for the double over these last 2 games, just kind of seeing how that would go. But other than that, I think they're going to keep the base at least the same early on, maybe for the first couple minutes, see kind of what they react to it, because this isn't like these other teams or these other stars. As good as Trae Young is, when they're doubling, you can't just stick him off the ball, because he's just not an off-ball guy. Like we said after game 1, like, what is the next adjustment? The next adjustment would be, okay, we have to start sending him off of pin downs and try to get him off the catch, but he's just not that type of player that they have to put him on the ball. So it feeds kind of into Miami what they want to do defensively. So they could just pretty much keep the same rotation, keep the same matchups, but just, I guess, mix a few other things in.
All right, on Prize Picks tonight, again, that's our other sponsor here of the show. Use the code 5, get your initial deposit matched up to $100, and they got a free box tonight there, so make sure you check it out. You can play all the NBA stuff, 2, 3, 4, 5 players. I'm going over on Kyle Lowry, 24.5 points, rebounds, assists. I feel like, and I'll let Ricky or Jonathan jump in on this. Kyle's kind of slipped under the radar a little bit. I know, Brady, you did a piece about, all the other things that he's doing. He hasn't really been asked to score. He's averaging 9.5. It has seemed this season like it's kind of a last resort for him. So I'll go to either of you guys. I'll start with you, Ricky. I mean, we've seen Kyle Lowry has won games on the road in the playoffs. Like, I feel like his time's coming at some point. Maybe it's not tonight, but soon.
Yeah, and you know what? Game 3 versus Miami in 2016, that was supposed to be Miami's moment to go up 2-1 and potentially really cause problems, but Kyle Lowry had one of those good Kyle Lowry games. While he hasn't necessarily stepped up in the way that I probably would have demanded out of a guy making the money he's made, I will give him credit in particular for what he did in game 2 in the fourth quarter. There were a few plays down the stretch. In particular, I think it was an and one. I don't know if he got the foul, but it looked like an and one where he got a bucket that helped pretty much quell a Hawks run that was, and I remember tweeting this at the time, shaping up to result in a potential trade dagger with about 35 seconds left in the game. That didn't happen in part because of Kyle Lowry, and I think he deserves a lot of credit for that. Tonight could be one of those games, especially when you're considering, and I hate to bring this up concerning Bam, Bam may or may not be working through whatever brain fog he might have on the floor. I'm not saying that's necessarily COVID related, but what we saw in the fourth quarter from him was kind of off. In an away game like this, where there's a lot of pressure, it might be incumbent on Kyle Lowry to really step up and light a fire under Bam in order to wake him up. And his activity might have to increase on offense in order for that to help facilitate Bam's involvement on offense. We know what Bam's doing on defense. The minister just explained that. But I think Kyle Lowry could very well have one of those games tonight, if not game 4. I'm looking forward to it. I think it's highly possible.
Jonathan, let's talk about the other guy. Big piece in ESPN today by my friend Israel Gutierrez about Tyler Hero and kind of his second season. And there was a quote that was taken out of it, which I recommend people read the entire story. But Tyler's very open about kind of his role, how he sees it. He's still not thrilled being a sixth man. We know that. He's accepting it. He's going to accept a sixth man of the year trophy this week at some point when they finally announce that thing. But he hasn't had a game yet. In this series. He was a little better in game 2. He wasn't awful. He was a little better. He shot close to 50%, but he has not imposed his will on this series yet. Tonight?
Yeah, tonight he has the opportunity to. Like you said, he hasn't really made that mark yet, but sneakily he was the second leading scorer on the team in game 2, and game 1 was a solid floor game for him as well. So he's due for that outbreak of a performance, and I feel like on the road with the skills that he's developed over the course of the season in a hostile environment, this is kind of the environment that we want Tyler Hero, or that we envision Tyler Hero to be built for. Like, if he wants to be the player that takes that next step, and we move the needle as how far his ceiling is going to be, this is the game, or these are the types of games, game 3 and 4, are going to be the types of opportunities that he's going to have to take to tell us that he's able to take that next step. So I feel like the opportunity is there for him. And I think one of these 2 games he's going to pop for sure. Like you said, Lowry is the other guy. The veteran leadership is going to be super important on the road. But I think Hero in either game 3 or game 4 will give us a big game, and that offense will be enough to carry us for a win.
Brady, you've made the point. He hasn't played. He loves playing in front of crowds. He's talked about it. He said that when I was up in Chicago, he hasn't really had the opportunity in the playoffs. I mean, the bubble, there were no crowds. Last year, Milwaukee, that was a halfway crowd. He hasn't really had it, but he is also the only negative player from a plus-minus standpoint in this series for the Heat. And it's like a -5. Jimmy Butler is a +32. So you get an indication we may be due for a Tyler game. All right, check out prizepicks.com. But real quick, we're just going to go around the horn here, and then Alejandro's going to take you until tip. I got to go record Prize Picks on 5. I'll just start here. I think that Atlanta gets a game in this series. I don't think it's this one. I think it's going to be game 4. I think Miami may fall behind tonight, and this may be a game where we see the late game execution against a weak defensive team. It'll make people feel a little bit better. I think they'll get some execution late in this game. I don't think it necessarily means anything when they get to Boston in a couple of rounds, if that's who it is. But I do think that they pull it out tonight on the road. Ricky?
Did you just look to the Eastern Conference Finals, Ethan? Ooh, don't tempt the gods. Come on now. Don't do that. Don't do that. Let's be careful now. I think the Miami Heat will win tonight. I had the Heat in 5 out of respect for the potential for a Trey game, possibly giving them that one win. But I think this series could potentially shape out the way Celtics Heat shaped out in 2010, where they went up 2-0. It was kind of touch and go in the second game. Game 3 ended on a potential game winner from the away team, Paul Pierce, over Darrell Wright, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Game 4, the star player goes off and carries them to a pretty fun win for the fans. And then it goes back to the higher seed, and they finish them off. I think that's probably what's going to happen. But yeah, I have Miami winning tonight. I hope I'm not wrong.
By the way, I was not covering myself intentionally for our watch party on Sunday, but that's a good point, because that probably is the one that they'll drop, because we're going to be a quarter deck in Davie. Brady, they win tonight?
Yeah, I think they do. I was pretty much with you there, where I've kind of felt like game 4 would be the one that they drop if they dropped one, because I personally thought they was going to be in 5. But I feel like specifically with Heat players, like there's been this thing where, okay, Tyler needs to pop, Bam needs to pop, maybe Lowry needs to score more. I don't think they need to go away from anything that's worked personally offensively. Like, this is still going to be a Jimmy Butler game. Like, as much as I think it's more promising that they're not forcing the action with Tyler and not forcing the action with Bam when it's not working, when they're focusing on those guys, and basically saying, okay, the Lowry Butler pick and rolls are basically the soft spot of this defense. We're going to spam them, and Jimmy Butler's going to go for 45. Like I was saying yesterday, Trae Young wants no part of a Jimmy Butler switch, so it just opens up so many gaps for them, and they have no true rim protector on the backside. So it just, that's kind of what I expect again. I think Jimmy Butler is ultimately going to be the leading scorer again, but it's still possible that Tyler pops off, just because we know how he could score the ball. Specifically, as I was saying earlier, this is his first road game. Like you mentioned, the bubble, the Milwaukee was, first of all, his home, and there was nobody in that arena. And probably this isn't even his first road game, because as you mentioned, there's probably going to be more Heat fans there. So maybe if they get to the next round, that'll be his first road series.
Timmy, close us out.
Yeah, for sure. I had us in 5, but I think the Heat will win. If they win tonight, they sweep. But I agree with you. I think they get down tonight, and this is where they show the veteran chops. Like, they make the comeback and they win a close game.
So there we are. We'll see how it plays out. Alejandro is going to take it from here. He's going to hang out with you during the game too, so make sure you stick around. Thanks to our sponsors, Biscayne Bay Brewing. Follow Gad tonight. We've got Pace and Space at halftime. We got Post Up 5R and 5 on the floor after the game, and everything ends up on the channel. So make sure you hit like and subscribe, and we'll see you Sunday, quarter deck. It ain't our fault if they lose. But if it's 2-1 and then they lose, it is our fault, I guess.
It's definitely Ethan's fault if they lose.
Have a good one, guys. Thanks, Ricky.
All right. Thank you guys to all of you that are here for the pregame show for the third game of the series, the Miami Heat facing the Atlanta Hawks. The first two games, the Miami Heat scored 115 points. The first one, they won 115-91. The second one, 115-105. Let's continue now with the pregame show. Let's hear from the head coaches, both of them, the Miami Heat and the Atlanta Hawks. Let's start first with our friend Eric Spoelstra, and let's see what he said about the third matchup of this series. Here we go.
Yeah. Yeah, he has to. I mean, everybody does, you know. Yeah, he has. All those guys have. There's just been a lot of reps and work at it behind the scenes, and also everybody has a very similar game plan, against us. And I think those live reps in games against virtually every single opponent that we've played against, has helped us during the regular season. But it certainly has to be a team defense. When you have this kind of offensive firepower that they have, and the shooting and the spacing they can get to you, you have to have five guys on a string.
Eric, pretty automation sort of a chess match between you trying to outsmart him and he tries to outsmart you. Do you almost in a way find that enjoyable, that play over the top of his game and matching wits with him, that he cares that much, that he's trying to outwit you, and that presents return challenges?
Yeah, look, he's a great player, and he has our full respect, coaching staff and players alike, because what he's capable of. Even as we're preparing to play in this building, and going through some of their moments that they've had. I mean, he's had some spectacular highlights and moments, in front of their home crowd. So there's just deep respect, in terms of the game playing and all that. I don't know. I'm a horrible chess player. Yeah, certainly you talk about how the momentum and the urgency, the energy can shift when you go from one building to another. And as competitors, you have to really embrace that and enjoy it. That's part of it. It's awesome playing in front of your home crowd. It's equally stimulating and challenging, while playing on a road venue, and it's going to bring out a lot of different emotions. You're going to face adversity, regardless. And there's probably going to be 5 or 6 points during the game where we've got to collect ourselves and get right back at it and shift the momentum. But they've played extremely well here, for months, and that makes you take notice. All right, thank you.
All right, that was Eric Spoelstra talking about tonight's matchup, the third game of the series. The Atlanta Hawks trying to get to a fifth game and come back here to Miami to play the Miami Heat again. First, before we go and listen to another episode of Five on the Floor, let's listen to what Nick McMillan, the Atlanta Hawks head coach, said about this particular matchup. And let's see if he says something about what Trae Young said before the game, talking a little bit about trying to outthink Eric Spoelstra. Here we go. Nate McMillan, head coach of the Atlanta Hawks.
Coach, having them back here in State Farm Arena, just what do you hope to see out of your team tonight to kind of set the tone?
Well, we got to play with that urgency. We're down 2 games, so what I expect to see is urgency out on the floor from the very start.
Yesterday, Trae talked about a chess match he felt like between you guys and Eric Spoelstra. Do Do you see it that way? Is it about out-scheming them or just doing what you guys do better?
We got to do it what we do better. They're doing what they do. Their defense has been physical with a lot of pressure. They're playing their game. There's not anything that we have seen that has surprised us. We got to do a good job of executing on our end of the floor, and I would say both ends, the defensive and offensive end of the floor. So, what they've done is not. It's not anything that we didn't expect. As far as their defensive schemes, offensively, how they attack. I think we just need to execute on our end of the floor better.
You guys were custom the league to take care of the basketball.
Yeah.
In the first 2 games of the series, I think it's 18.5 turnovers.
Yes.
What has gotten you?
The pressure. I think the pressure, their defense, their length. They've done a good job of just being aggressive and establishing their defense from the start. So you're exactly right. I mean, we've taken care of the ball all season long, and we have 37 turnovers in 2 games. And so that's where it starts for us. We can't turn the basketball over and give them easy opportunities as we did in our last game.
Nate, what have you seen out of JC's progression over the last 2 games, and what are you looking for from him tonight?
Well, we all just got to be sharp out there. JC coming back and playing 2 games. I thought he was better than he was first game. He's come out of both of those games without any setbacks. So I expect energy, rhythm to be a little better in game 3 here at home.
How do you balance that sense of urgency that you mentioned earlier with not being overcome with the idea that you have to make up 2 games in one night?
Well, it's basically, as I told the guys, take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. And, what we have to do when you're faced with pressure like that, you have to be able to get yourself back to calm. And even though we want to play with urgency, we know that we have to bring more scrap, more fight to the floor. We also have to be in a state of mind of calm. We talked about so that you can be clear about what you need to do. And, that pressure is not speeding you up out there. And, so we know the urgency that needs to be put out on the floor, but also the understanding that we got to be calm. We got to be clear about what we need to do so that we can execute against this pressure, and we got to be connected.
You talked earlier about the turnovers and not settling for early offense, get to the second and third option. How important is that tonight to make sure that you guys don't get caught up in just the night and taking early shots?
Yeah, well, if you got a good look, we always say if you got a good look, a layup or uncontested shot, take it. But, with their defense, they are extending their defense and picking us up, full court. So we have to make them move, get the ball from side to side. They're going to defend your first and your second option. This is a multiple effort team. So they're going to, get out to your third and your fourth options too. So you have to keep the proper spacing against this defense. We got to have our spacing so that we can try to stretch this defense. This is a tight paint defense. If you're trying to, pick them apart in the middle of the floor, they're built for that. We have to get that ball out and get it to the weak side where we have numbers over there when they are putting 2 on the basketball. So, it starts with proper spacing, in transition and in half court so that we can stretch the defense and we can get the ball out of double teams for that pressure. But you have to attack it as well. You have to attack it. You can't play on your heels against, aggressive defense. You have to attack that and try to get downhill to force that defense to collapse. And it should open up some things.
What else?
Thank you.
All right, that was Nate McMillan, the Atlanta Hawks head coach, and that was it for now. Remember, to remind you guys, we're gonna be doing a hangout today. We're gonna stay in this broadcast. So for all of you that are just getting here to the pregame show, stay there. We're gonna listen to an episode of 5 on the Floor, and then as soon as it's 7 p.m., we're gonna start talking about the game already with the starting lineups and everything, and we'll get going with our hangout here just to chill, enjoy the game together, and see what's going on and talk throughout the game about this Miami Heat Atlanta Hawks third game of the series. The Hawks trying to get their first win of the series so far. Let's go ahead and listen to this episode of 5 on the Floor talking about Bam Adebayo and Tyler Hero, who hasn't, neither have been really giving us so much on offense, more of a defensive performance from Bam Adebayo, and let's see if they can come up with more points in this third game of the series, and if the Miami Heat needs them. Let's see what our guys on 5 on the Floor said about this situation. Here we go.
Welcome to the latest episode of 5 on the Floor on the 5 Reasons Sports Network. Thanks for joining us on your favorite podcast app. We're on Podbean, Spotify, Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts. We're also on Dash Radio on their Nothing But Net channel every single weeknight at 7 p.m. Also, check out 5 Reasons YouTube. Make sure you hit the subscribe button. You get all of our latest streams. That includes Before Floor, an hour before every Heat game, and Post Up 5R as soon as the Heat game ends. And 5reasonsports.com. Make sure you spell that one out. That's no paywall content on South Florida sports, all of South Florida sports. And again, unlike the newspapers, we do not charge you to read it. Also, check out the great sponsors of the 5 Reasons Sports Network. Our friends over at U-Break Wheel Fix. You want to talk about culture? U-Break Wheel Fix has it. They've also got a big 3, wheel repair, wheel refinishing, and they got a wheel custom wheel specialist there. Excuse me, I should have just said custom wheel specialist there at U-Break Wheel Fix. They're based in North Miami, right off of Biscayne and Northeast 146th Street. They're actually going to be moving to a larger facility soon, but you can still catch them there. Mention 5 Reasons, and you'll get a discount off your order. Ask for Mark when you're down there. They offer the new custom wheels and tires from your favorite brands, such as Vossen and Fuel Off-Road. They also, of course, can repair your damaged wheels from the harsh South Florida conditions, the curb rash, the cracks, the bends. They do it all under one roof with in-house powder coating, CNC machining, and polishing. So reach out to U-Break Wheel Fix. You can do it at ubreakwheelfix.com. That's the letter U, breakwheelfix.com, or by phone at 305-748-0112. That's 305-748-0112. ubreakwheelfix.com. And now, today's episode.
Yikes. 5 on the floor, ride for my dogs. Where here's the thing, you can check the score. Hustle hard, couple scars, wearing bubble frogs. Just like Butler said, you in trouble, y'all. Kept the floor playing, got it all banned. Y'all seen the block, stop with one hand. And Pat we trust, it's power, have the guts. We're here to bring the heat, y'all can hang it up.
Welcome to 5 on the Floor, a daily insider show on the Miami Heat and the NBA, featuring Ethan Skolnick, Greg Sylvander, and Alex Toledo, plus others from the 5 Reasons Sports Network.
All right, Ethan Skolnick back on 5 on the Floor. Here's today's floor plan. I got Alex Toledo. You can follow him at Tropical Blanket. We're just going to talk about 2 players today. The Miami Heat are up 2-0 in their series against the Atlanta Hawks. They have frustrated Trae Young. Eric Spoelstra tinkered with the rotation quite a bit in the second game because of foul trouble. That's one of the things we are going to talk about here. Atlanta got a big game from Bogdanovich in game 2 after he shot 0 of 8 in the first game. They got John Collins back in the starting lineup. It didn't matter. Miami ended up pulling away at the end of the game after having some struggles in the fourth quarter. But we're going to talk about the 2 guys who really haven't joined the party yet. Jimmy Butler, through 2 games of this playoffs, is averaging, Alex, 33 points, helps to score 45 on 60% shooting, 56% from 3 on 4.5 attempts. He's also averaging 6 rebounds and 5 assists. So he's averaging 33, 6, and 5. Duncan Robinson had one game where he made 8 threes and another game where he hardly played at all. Max Strus is averaging an 11.5 in this series. Those are actually the 3 leading scorers, Jimmy, Duncan, and Max. Then you get to Tyler Hero, who's averaging 10.5. Gabe Vincent at 9.5, Kyle Lowry at 9.5, PJ Tucker at 9.5, and then Bam Adebayo at 7.5, right ahead of Dwayne Dedman, who's at 5.5. It's not all about scoring averages, but obviously Bam and Tyler are the two guys who are supposed to carry this team kind of to the next generation. This is the Jimmy build, but the next build is supposed to be around those two guys. And for different reasons, neither of them has really made an offensive imprint. Bam has defensively when he's played, but Tyler's shooting 36% from the field. He's actually only made 1 3, 1 out of his 8 threes. And if you take a look at the turnovers, he's got 3 turnovers to 3.5 assists, which is not as good as his usual ratio. And on the Bam front, he's only averaging 5.5 shot attempts per game and shooting 37% from the floor. So I will ask you this to start. Are you concerned about either of them?
Not necessarily. I think it's just kind of something that's been one of the weird outcomes of a very positive 2 games otherwise, right? It's been like kind of they haven't needed those guys to step up offensively too much. And although you want it to be better, I don't think it's something to be concerned about. I don't even think they've been pressured very much. Like I know last night it started to get close towards the end, but I just feel they haven't even really been, you know what I'm saying? Like put to a real test yet. And so I'm not concerned until I see it happen when it actually matters. Last night, it felt like they were in control for most of the game. And then the Hawks went on that run early and midway through the fourth quarter, brought it down to 3. And that's kind of when you saw things turn around from the Heat. They started taking things seriously again. But I just think Bam definitely has to make himself more available offensively, I feel. Like you got to give some credit, I think, to Okongwu and Collins just being athletic enough to defend the role. Not that they've done some awesome job defensively or anything like that, but it hasn't particularly been open because that's not really, something that the Hawks have particularly given up yet. And I just think other than that, like when that's not there, when everything else is working on the perimeter, when the star players are making shots like Jimmy was yesterday, Bam can tend to kind of shy away from the offensive stuff. It's more like kind of they didn't need him to do more. And so, the attempts have been down, obviously. And I think that's kind of when people start to get nervous because of what happened last season. And so I get it. It's fine. But I'm just not in the point where it's a concern yet for either of them. Like I want to see what happens when they're actually counted on to do more in a game where they're needed to do more.
Yeah, I think you hit on it. I think it's really 2 things that have Heat fans concerned. It's not necessarily the present, because in the present you're 2-0 and you've gotten enough out of other people and particularly defensively that it hasn't mattered. But I think it's the past and the future that Heat fans are concerned about. From the perspective of the past, it's looking back at last postseason and the 4 games against Milwaukee and the fact that Bam was just ultra passive during those 4 games, where that became the biggest storyline, even bigger storyline than Jimmy's struggles, which obviously, as we know, he was outscored by Bryn Forbes, although I believe Jimmy actually might have scored more points last night. I'll have to look at it than he scored in the entire series last year, or maybe just a couple points below that.
No, that's already been confirmed. He's already passed the point total that he was in the Bucks series.
Okay. So there you go. I didn't know if he did it just last night or the 2 nights combined, but he definitely has done it over the 2 nights combined. So, I think that's part of it, that there's this concern about what happened last year and that Tyler really didn't perform particularly well in the playoffs either compared to the way he did the previous year, but more so Bam. But I also think it's the future. And I think with the future, the concern is also more Bam. Like I don't sense panic in any way about either player, but I sense less about Hero, that there's a feeling that Tyler will kind of find his rhythm. I thought he was finding it a little bit more yesterday. I actually thought that one of the issues yesterday
11,
is
4 of 4 from the line, like not too bad of a
not
game.
terrible. Well, it came a little bit later. It came during one stretch, but part of it is, the lineups he was playing with were a little unconventional compared to what he typically does. I mean, he was playing with Lowry and Gabe, and it looked like he didn't know when he was supposed to be the guy with the ball and to attack, because you got 2 other guys who can play make from the backcourt. That's not a lineup they used a ton this season. So I think that was a little different. But I don't see, Heat fans getting sort of concerned about Tyler. I think the concern about Bam, again, part of it is last year, but it's also in the context of looking forward. And it's the idea that in the next series, you need to make Joel Embiid work. And then in the series, if that's who you get, which we believe so, as we're talking tonight, although there are 3 East series being played out tonight. So things, it may look a little different after this evening. But then also on the other side of the bracket, we know if they get Brooklyn, then he's got a huge advantage there, and he typically dominates the Nets. But if it is a Boston where maybe a Robert Williams is back and you need, someone to make him work a little bit, or particularly if it's Milwaukee again, now that Brook is rounding into shape, I really think, Alex, that's what this is about. It's like, oh, wait, like, is this the Bam we're going to get in the next round, in the round after? Like, we can survive it in this round, but we can't survive it then.
That's absolutely fair. And I could not agree more. And I think that's where a lot of this is kicking into, not only because, like I said, just kind of the last thing, excuse me, before this round was what we saw happen against the Bucks, but it's just like you have to go up versus these like daunting front courts in the next few series if you keep advancing, right? Like you obviously got to go up against Embiid most likely in the second round. And I think people have seen that Bam early on kind of struggled with Embiid, but has gotten better with that. But it's still like if he is having these lesser games where he's not showing up much offensively, not even on the boards as much as he does normally. We know that he plays like great defensively. That's just kind of his standard at this point. We take it for granted. But if this is happening versus Okongwu and John Collins, what happens versus Joel Embiid? What happens versus, like you said, Rob Williams and Horford in the conference finals, or Giannis and Brook Lopez in the conference finals? Not necessarily the Brooklyn Nets, but it's just anxiety inducing if you're a Heat fan, because you're thinking of yourself in those terms, right? As a real contender, and you have to go through these guys to get to where you want to go. So I get why people are kind of starting to get a little nervous. But like I said, I haven't seen them actually get to the point where they need him to do more yet. It's how I feel when it comes to it. Like I always think that they should go to him more. It feels like they only go to him to start going to the rim, like when other things are not working as well, and when they're at, things get in the mud, and they just haven't gotten to that point yet. And Jimmy has just been on top of his game. Obviously, he's kind of turned it up. The whole playoff Jimmy thing still stands, other than last season, which has a huge asterisk on it. But seriously, I just want to see what happens when the pressure's on, because that's when I think the concerns will be really fair if he is just not living up to the moment versus the front courts and when they need him to be there. And I know it just sounds like I'm giving him excuses. It just, it's something that we've seen out of Bam before. It's like if other things are working, he is going to kind of just fade and be in the background and do what he needs to do without taking up much space.
And that's fair. But it also makes you concerned, like, will he know when to turn it on? I thought one of the things about last night, as we speak here, maybe 2 nights by the time people hear this, was that he seemed disconnected in general. Often we'll see him, be dynamic defensively, but really, like you said, kind of fade to the background, let others kind of take control offensively. I don't know if it was the foul trouble last night. I don't know if it was the DPOY thing. He didn't, from the very beginning of the game, like he didn't have, I don't know, his normal juice, I thought. The numbers statistically, defensively, may bear out something else. But I thought a couple of the fouls were kind of lazy from him, not what we're accustomed to seeing. So, I don't know if you saw that too, but it was not it's a good thing that they got the Jimmy game that they got. That's all, because Bam was much more of a non-factor overall than he typically is.
No, I definitely agree with that. And I think, like I said, if it wasn't for the Jimmy game, if it was just one of his more average games or he's giving you around 20 points, then maybe Bam is giving some more attempts. I just think he's kind of gotten, it's easy to get complacent when you have your superstar player just kind of going off like that and giving him the ball over and over. And Spo was alluding to that in the post-game press conference, that it was obvious that the ball was just going to keep going to Jimmy. But yeah, man, I get it. And I get why this is going to be a repeating conversation, because the whole Bam no ceiling thing, we're all pushing that. We all believe that. And so, we got to be held accountable with those things. So I do appreciate the conversation. I just think at this point, like, we've kind of seen the hierarchy of the Heat, right? The whole thing is, I'm not going to try saying the phrase again because I'm going to butcher it again. I'm shook now. What is it? The sum is...
What is that? The sum is greater than its parts?
Yes, I'm like overthinking it now because I said it wrong last time and now I can't actually say it. But that's the whole formula of the Heat, and it feels like that doesn't actually work unless Jimmy is number one. I don't know if we've talked about that.
Well,
enough,
that's an interesting approach because that's what I was going to get to next. Let me touch on Tyler a little bit, but then after the break, I do want to hit on that and kind of the whole hierarchy thing and whether it matters now and into the future. But I just to close the loop here on Tyler, I think we're going to get a breakout Tyler game in Atlanta. I think that's the other reason that people are not concerned because he did start to kind of look a little bit more comfortable yesterday. I just think the lineup dynamic for him was not quite right yesterday. And they had to go that way, or Spoelstra had to go that way because of foul trouble. Things changed. Caleb played ahead of PJ. Rotations were all out of whack. You obviously had PJ had his own foul issues. And you also you had Bam with his foul issues. So everything kind of changed. Duncan didn't get minutes. Tyler has built some chemistry with Duncan lately. You didn't, you had a lot of Vincent minutes with Lowry. So that's a whole different focus. And you wanted that for the defense. I feel like Tyler's gonna come out of it. Like, again, he's not shooting the ball horribly. I know we've kind of put him in the context of what guys like Maxey and Jordan Poole are doing right now. And maybe that's putting a microscope on this during the playoffs. But I do expect Tyler to have a game or two over there. When we come back, I want to get into what you said there because it kind of touches on a direction that I was going to go here. Before I do want to mention one thing, by the way. There was a report on Fox today. I'm not going to mention, the Carnival Barker's name, but it was out there, and I've addressed this on our Off the Floor feed. If you want content before everybody else, before waiting for the podcast, you should be subscribed to our Off the Floor feed. I promote it on Twitter. You can find the link there. And we're actually going to start putting it on the bottom of these episodes here so you can click to it. It's $3.05 per month or $30 for the year, and you get a lot of exclusive content or content that we just, again, put out there before we put it anywhere else. Let me tell you this. Victor Oladipo and Jimmy Butler, there's nothing to this ridiculous report by this person with no sources inside the Heat organization that Jimmy won't play with Victor or doesn't want to play with Victor, and that's why Victor's not playing. Nothing to do with any of that. The only thing that has anything to do with Jimmy and Victor is that when the rotation was basically, reconstructed back to its previous form by Eric Spoelstra towards the end of the season. And by the way, the Heat have not lost a game since that, other than the Orlando game. They were not trying to win. They were made no effort to win, which, by the way, Oladipo scored 40 in. But in terms of the games that have been played with that rotation, they're now 8-0. And with that rotation, there was a push, from the veterans on the team to get Gabe Vincent back in the rotation. It was not, and to put Max Strus in the starting lineup. It was not a slight to Victor Oladipo, but it was because of comfort level with space and all those kind of things that played into it. And that is a decision Eric Spoelstra ultimately made. So there's no rift between Jimmy Butler and Victor Oladipo. I just want to make that extraordinarily clear here, because the more that this team wins, what's going to happen is that people who haven't followed the team all year, who can't speak to the basketball parts of it, are just going to start making shit up. And that's kind of where we're at right now. But before we get to what I want to get to Alex with, prizepicks.com, make sure you use the code 5. That's our official fantasy sponsor at the 5 Reasons Sports Network, our partner. Again, use the code 5 because we have a partnership. You get your initial deposit matched up to $100. So if you put down $100, they will give you $100 to play with. Put down 50, they'll give you 50. You don't have to play it all at once. You can play 2, 3, 4, 5 players together. You can also pair it with MLB. If you're a baseball fan, you can pair it with NHL. If you're a hockey fan, all the other sports up there, you can mix the teams, mix the sports. Check out prizepicks.com. We do a show called Prize Picks on 5 on the YouTube channel, myself, David Eversole, and David Friedman, where we will go through the Heat picks as soon as they get up on the board before the game. If you've been following us yesterday, I had Bogdanovich over on points, and I had Jimmy overall on fantasy score, and you would have won. So make sure you check it out, prizepicks.com. Use the code 5, F-I-V-E. You mentioned something there before we close here, Alex, about hierarchy. And yeah, Jimmy Butler has sort of retaken his place as the clear number one. National media views it that way. You can't argue with it for the first 2 games of this series. He's been the best player on either team by far, offense and defense combination, but it's even offense just alone. But that's not really what we wanted to happen this postseason, right? Like we won all year. We've been talking about it being one of the other 2 guys, perhaps, who kind of takes that mantle. Are you okay with them continuing to advance with it being clearly Jimmy?
Absolutely. And look, as much as I know and believe that Tyler and Bam is the future and also, of course, the present of the Miami Heat, I've never not believed that Jimmy Butler is the best player on this team and that he should be the number one. Now, what I've been on basically is that the whole number one, number two, number three thing is not that important with the Heat. Like I was trying to say before and completely butchered. I just think it's more about the team ball and the way that they, defend, obviously, the way that they move and switch and do everything, just the tip-top execution, obviously with very talented players involved. And I just think like their formula is one that's a little bit weirder than most contenders, and why a lot of people just can't grasp it. And the whole thing just kind of gets minimized to, well, can Jimmy Butler be the number one option on a championship team? And I'm not going to name any names, but that was absolutely kind of being peddled last night by certain national media who were in attendance in the post-game press conference, and everybody who was coming up. That was kind of the question being asked. It's like, oh, does this game prove that he can be that? Or do you believe that he can be that? And I just think that like, it's such an oversimplification of what the Heat do. I don't understand how you can be in attendance or you watch the Heat games. And that's just like the number one takeaway is, can you win with Jimmy as your number one? It's like, well, maybe if the rest of the team is, Bam, who is almost incomparable when you look at the rest of the league. You have Tyler Hero, who's a really good player, and I think is a really comparable talent to somebody like Jordan Poole or Tyrese Maxey, who's getting a lot of hype, and just because they've had the bigger games to start off with. Kyle Lowry is a really damn good point guard. PJ Tucker is a really damn good defender. Like, they have I think a really good formula that can match up with just about any contender, and the stuff gets oversimplified on a daily basis. And I'm just, it gets a little frustrating when you see them dominate in a team fashion for 2 games in a row. And obviously Jimmy just has the big game, but it's not like one-on-one ball over and over. Like, I don't know, man.
In fact, Alex, Jimmy said that last night, that Spo has been on him to play less one-on-one ball, that he doesn't want him to isolate as much, that we talk so much about him hunting mismatches. And he's talking about, it's a little bit of a contradiction with Jimmy all the time, because in one case, you're like, okay, you want him to be aggressive offensively. And he even said that Tucker told him to be aggressive offensively. The Heat want him to do that. Spoelstra wants him to do that, but also doesn't want him to be pounding the ball and isolating all the time. So it's more complex. And we've seen Spo get really irritated. I wouldn't say irritated. He's not irritated. He's combative during this playoff series. You've seen it in the press room.
Oh my God, so much.
Right, because he has national guys there. And look, I know the national guys who've been there, and I'm friendly with those guys. These are guys I worked with in Cleveland, McMenamin and Varden in particular. But it's almost like Eric's putting on a show now a little bit, because he knows some of this is out there for NBA TV, and he's pushing back against all of these narratives. And it's amazing to me. It was amazing to me to see the way he was a few years ago, where he was kind of meek about these things. And now he's comfortable in his own skin. He's won championships. And he's coming out there and he's saying this stuff, but some of this narratives are locally based or with the fans or with the media, like Bam not being aggressive enough, etc. But the one about like Jimmy not being good enough as a number one option, like that's one that irritates Spo, I think, because again, he doesn't look at it in those simplistic terms. And so he's pushing back against this, but it's complicated with Jimmy, because in some ways, Jimmy is the lightning rod of this team and is the only one that really the national media knows how to get the handle on. And it seems like the only way they know how to get a handle on it is, and we saw it with the idiot on Fox on Undisputed today, is, okay, he's causing a rift with some teammate. Like that's like their narrative. Like that's where they're going to go. And that's why the sideline blow up, okay, provided fodder for them and made the Heat interesting to them for a couple of days. But at the same time, as he's the lightning rod, he's not interesting enough for the national media as a number one option. Does that make sense? Like, it's like he's the lightning rod because of his personality, but he can't be the number one on a championship team. We don't care about him as much as we care about Durant or Kyrie or Giannis or Embiid or Jokic or even I don't know about Devin Booker, but or Curry or whatever. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's like they don't really. That's why I'm saying the national media doesn't know what to do with this team right
100%.
now.
I'm 100% with you. And look, at the end of the day, they might be proven right. All these questions might be proven right, that the Heat may not be able to win a title or even get back to the finals with Jimmy Butler. Like, that could still be the case. Losing to the Bucks in the conference finals, even losing to the Sixers in the second round, those things are possible. That may seem obvious. All I'm trying to say is that I think the reason me and others and Spo are so combative on it is because that narrative is just kind of, I think, hammered over and over and over, and has been for the past few seasons since he's been here. Do you remember like the way that he was being covered when he decided to leave the Sixers and join the Heat?
Oh yeah,
as if, like
he was coming home to retire.
But it feels like so long ago because it obviously got thrown away, at least for in the short term after what he did in the bubble and took him to the finals, did something he's never done before as the number one option. But then, he has the down seed. I mean, the down year last year during the playoffs. And all of a sudden it's like, I feel like he's been disrespected the whole season. And I understand, like, jokes are jokes. Heat fans making fun of his jump shot throughout the season. The percentages have never been good since he's been a Heat player. And then he turns it on in the playoffs for the most part. So it's fine. That's kind of where we're expecting as the standard at this point. But other than like the jokes, as far as Jimmy Butler and his play, he's still the best player on this team. And I just think that whether or not they win a title with him, and I don't know if this is a cop-out or not, it might be, whether or not they win a title with him, if they're just in there, like kind of getting long playoff runs every year while he's here as the number one option, I think that kind of vindicates him. Like, he's already been to the finals and matched LeBron's performance. Like, I just try not to take that for granted because what he was doing was incredible. And with how, cut that team was without Goran and Bam out there, I just think that was legendary out of Jimmy. And I'm expecting him to keep this up, like not obviously 45 points, but him being the best player on this team. Maybe he's not the leading scorer every night, but that is the blueprint for this team. I think it's Jimmy 1, and then you can kind of go from there. I think Tyler's most likely going to be 2 when it comes to field goal attempts. Kyle and Bam are going to get theirs. Maybe we want a little bit more, but I think that's the hierarchy right there. It's like those 4 guys are the most important. The defensive infrastructure is the most important. And keep the main thing the main thing. And look, maybe I'm going too deep into the Heat propaganda here because I'm there all the time. I just believe in that blueprint that they have, that it can beat any team in a vacuum.
We have that T-shirt on our site, by the way. Keep the main thing the main thing. If you guys want to check that out, 5reasonsports.com. I will say this about it. Jimmy is more than justified everything he said and everything he did before he came to Miami. He's justified the trade to Miami. He's justified his Heat tenure already. He doesn't need to do anything else. That finals run alone, him bringing the Heat back from kind of irrelevance where they were for about 4 years, with the exception of Dwayne's last dance, which was more of a local, celebration than it was about basketball at that point. He's done everything he's had to do. The only thing he has locally to prove now is living up to the contract. That's going to be the issue in a year or two, but not now. Okay. And if you're getting performances like that, he's lived up to it for this year. Okay. He does that in the playoffs. I think nationally is a different question. I think nationally, that will still linger. Can he be the number one on a championship team until he does it? And I keep saying this. There are so few guys in the NBA over the past 25 years who've won a title as the number one option on a team. There's like 8 guys who've actually done that because so many of them did it more than once. Because if you're of the level of if you go back a little further, of a Jordan or of a LeBron, okay, or of a Shaq, okay, or of a Kobe, or of a Dwayne when he did it, or of a Tim Duncan, or of a Kawhi who's done it a couple times, like you are at such a high level at that point that nobody else has a chance to squeeze through. I mean, Chris Paul's been a quote unquote number one option, at least as a star, maybe not as a scorer. For years, he's never won a title. Patrick Ewing never won a title.
With Scott Foster.
Well, he'll never win. He's 0-14 with Scott Foster. I don't know if his bigger problem is Devin Booker's hamstring or Scott Foster refereeing again. But how many guys? Again, if you go back to Barkley or Reggie Miller, etc., that guys have been number one options and not won championships. Karl Malone was the number one option, never won a championship. So
it's a fair question, but it's like there's just so much more to talk about with the Heat, like basketball wise, than just that. I think that's kind of.
But Alex, it also is not as disparaging as they make it out to be, because again, the number of players who've actually done it is so small. Like it's fair. Not right. So the fact that Jimmy, again, if you go to the Pistons team of 2004, I don't know, was Chauncey Billups their number one option? Does he count? I was Rip.
But that's the comparison right there. Like that team was was less about who's your number one and more about look what this team can do as a collective. And look, man, I was a kid watching those Pistons teams, but they annoyed the hell out of me. And I just think it's a damn good comparison. Not that they're going to go out and be in the finals like that every year, like the Pistons were, be in the conference finals for a million years in a row, like the Pistons were. But that is the blueprint right there. Like that's the last era comparison for what the Heat are doing right now. And I just think, like, as far as Tyler and Bam go, they're going to keep ascending in the ranks of this Heat hierarchy. But as of right now, this is the Jimmy Kyle build, like you've alluded to. It's their team. Like, everything runs through them, and specifically through Jimmy. And Heat players, specifically the role players, say this all the time. Like, we go as Jimmy goes.
Yep.
He said he's a lightning rod, and he's the number one. Now, maybe they don't win a title with it, but
right.
I just think it's, live in the moment, appreciate the team that you have in front of you, and appreciate the things that they can do that others can't, because national media obviously can't.
Well, they don't know anything about the team. I think locally, the problem is for us, I think the criticism of us locally is that maybe we've been in a little bit of a rush. That's different from the issue in the national media. I think locally we may be in it. You're always in a little bit of rush to see next.
Definitely.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I think a lot of us have been like, Bam, Tyler, okay, let's see it. And then you forget, again, the relative ages of those two players and where they're at. You compare it to where Jimmy Butler was at those ages. After he was drafted 30th overall, didn't play very much his first year in Chicago. Played kind of then behind Rose and Deng in terms of being an option there. In terms of he wasn't even the personality of the team. Joakim Noah was. So it takes a little bit of time, and I think we are in a hurry. We want to see it, and I think what Jimmy has kind of shown over these first couple of games is not yet. Not yet, and that's not necessarily a bad thing for this team this year, but to close the loop on the episode, I think we want to see more from Bam and Tyler. If you're going to win a championship, you're going to need it. And I think especially from Bam, I don't think they can beat Philadelphia or Milwaukee with him being passive. It's not going to happen. So that's kind of where I come down at it. All right. We do want to mention one more sponsor before we go. Our friends over at therapistpreferred.com, therapistpreferred.com. Maybe Trae Young's got some bumps and bruises because he's been hurt a little bit. If you use the code 5RSN, that's the code 5RSN, you get 25% off the tincture, the sports cream, the gummies, everything there at therapistpreferred.com for recovery and for sleep. We'll be back tomorrow with Floor's Yours. And then on Friday, obviously, Heat Hawks Game 3. That's Game 3. In Atlanta, we'll have Gad Cartagena covering on the scene there. Have a good night, everybody.
Thank you for listening to the Five on the Floor.
All right. Thank you very much to all of you that are here watching the pregame show. The Hangout has just started. We have news. The game has been delayed until 7:45 p.m. Why? Because of a suspicious package in the Atlanta arena. It was outside of the arena. Gadiel Cartagena was inside of there, and he was taking videos of the situation. We're trying to get him to talk to us here about what happened. I don't know what happened exactly, or what's happening exactly right now in this moment, but let's try to get him to be live here with us in this situation. So a suspicious package has made this game to be delayed until 7:45 p.m. Eastern time. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna go ahead and play another episode of Five on the Floor here in the Five Reasons YouTube channel. I know it's not ideal, but what we're gonna do is go ahead and so you guys can watch it again. What the guys talked and discussed last night about the situation in this particular series. Let's read some of you guys' comments as you guys get here. Hawks in 7, Chris Ball Hero, Chris Hero, shut up. What about Hero Father? I'm a ESPN TNT hater. Blizzy says Hawks getting swept. Trace frustrated. Yeah, I mean we saw a little bit of that happening. So the game's gonna be delayed a little bit. Let me put it down here. We'll start at 7:45 p.m. this time because of a suspicious package was found outside the arena in Atlanta. Here we go. So that's the announcement. Well, give me a second. Don't leave because I'm gonna have some content for you guys, but you have to give me a second. Don't leave. Stay here. All right, friends, we're back. Here you see Gadiel Cartagena's report coming from State Farm Arena. If you were rushing to watch the game, take your time. Tip won't happen until around 7:40. So what we are being informed here on ESPN and on social media is that the game will start, but around 7:45 p.m. Again, a suspicious package found outside the State Farm Arena. So the game has been delayed a little bit, and we'll have to wait to enjoy this third game of the series between the Miami Heat and the Atlanta Hawks. Here we go. All right. So what we're going to do, we're going to play for you guys the discussions the guys had last night on More Floor, a little bit of what's going on in this series, the analysis from our guys, and what the Miami Heat should do to finish off the series against the Atlanta Hawks. Here we go.
All right, welcome into Floor is Yours, an extension of 5 on the Floor here on the 5 Reasons YouTube channel. I'm Ethan Skolnick. We've got Brian Fonseca above me. You can follow him at Brian Fonseca NY. Don't hold the NY against him. We've got Brady Hawk. You can follow him at Brady Hawk 305. And Alex Toledo, you can follow, of course, at Tropical Blanket. No Greg tonight. He'll be back with us over the weekend. He's on a business trip, as are the Miami Heat right now. They're in Atlanta. They posted all the videos of them going up on the airplane today. Jimmy Butler brought his entire coffee business with him on the plane. I'm not exactly sure what he's doing with that. We are sponsored by our friend Mark Brown, marcbrownpa.com. He's the man with the plan in North Lauderdale. Look at that, the pointing the fingers and all that stuff. I saw him at Game 2 here at the arena. If Mark is the guy to go to if you need an estate plan, and you need an estate plan, all right? If you're young with a family especially, make sure that your money is going to the right place if something happens to you, if there's an unexpected tragedy, anything along those lines. But just seriously, get your estate plan done. He'll give you all the paperwork if anything happens to you. So who's going to make decisions for you, your executors, all that stuff. He'll make it real easy for you. He's also got right there in-house a title company, so he can help you divest your real estate, and he can help you with your closings as well. He did that for me a couple times. So reach out to Mark, marcbrownpa.com. Make sure you mention 5 Reasons. Everything is right there on the website. He's in North Lauderdale, just north of Cypress Creek, off of Andrews Avenue. All right, today going to be a little bit of a looser format. I did starting 9 as well. Make sure you guys check that out. I addressed the whole Skip Bayless thing, so I'm not really going to do that tonight. We will take your comments. Any super chat comments, we'll make sure to get to them. Thank you, Jalen. I'm going to start here, though, with this, and I touched on this a little bit this morning. But we kind of saw this last night in the Philadelphia-Toronto game. There's a certain way that series go when one team is better than the other and has home court advantage, which is that you see that better team get the first 2 games, and then game 3, you always see the home team come out strong and push the other team. And then at the end, if the road team can just pull it out, series over. We saw that last night with Philadelphia and Toronto. Toronto comes out with a ton of energy. They're outplaying them for most of the game, but you still had the feeling as you were watching it, yeah, Philly probably has one last run in them, and they'll probably get the breaks at the end of the game, and they did, and now we know essentially that series is over. So I'll go to all you guys on this. I mean, what do you expect from Atlanta tomorrow, especially in light of the fact that Trae Young is basically out there begging people in Atlanta to be Hawks fans instead of Heat fans, which probably isn't going to work. So what are we expecting tomorrow? I'll start with you, Brian.
I'm expecting just kind of like similar to game 2, where I was expecting the Hawks to come out strong and punch them in the mouth, and then the Heat to eventually respond. And then later on in the second half, you see when things got close, Jimmy Butler was, he just had one of those nights and was able to pull away. And his offense was really the story there, coming through down the stretch. But then there was other guys like Gabe Vincent had a clutch 3 at the end, et cetera, et cetera. I think this time out, you're going to see the Hawks try to come out strong, and people are going to get a little nervous, especially on social media, like what's happening or whatever. And I think the Heat are going to ultimately respond. I think it's going to be a close game, and I was looking at some for betting purposes, like spreads and things of that nature. The number for the Heat was like -7.5 at home. I think probably something along those lines for game 1 as well. And now you have them favored or underdog. I don't even remember at this point. It's like 1.5. It's very close. Okay, so I think it's going to be something like that. But I do think that if you're the Heat, you should look to win this game for obvious reasons, not just because it's the playoffs, but you want to be in a position where you're up 3-0 going into game 4 as opposed to 2-1. It's like, damn, kind of got to win this road game now to not make it a 2-2 series going back to your home floor. So you want to just take care of business. And I think they will. Still waiting on Tyler Hero to have one of those games. Still waiting on Bam to have one of those games offensively. He's made a mark defensively, especially in game 1. But you're still waiting on that, right? And I think that's going to come. I think Tyler especially is going to feed off of, I guess what's going to be a 70-30 Pro Hawks crowd maybe in Miami or something like that. Maybe 60-40 or something along those lines.
50-50 by the fourth quarter, Brian.
Yeah,
easily.
yeah. So
and kind of filters out from that. And I guess, Brady, when we talk about Trey, because he's such, he's the trigger in this series, and he's the guy essentially that makes everything go for them. I feel like Spoelstra is going to throw out another wrinkle in game 3. I don't see Eric is not the type just to stay with something game to game to game because it worked in one situation. We saw that the rotation got completely flipped in game 2 because of the foul trouble. I think they played him differently in game 2 than he would have otherwise, just because he had Caleb Martin on the floor. He wasn't expecting to have Caleb Martin on the floor necessarily when the game started. What is the next wrinkle to throw on Trey to give him something else to deal with?
I mean, I'd probably say similar things in general, but I think they'll mix in some other stuff. Like we saw just a total different menu of different defenders. First of all, like Kyle Lowry is the primary defender we've seen. The Bam switching, PJ switching, Jimmy switching. But I think maybe you see a little less blitzing possibly. Like we see the trapping that's worked because it's led to turnovers. But when I think of Trae Young in this game 3 specifically, the way that Atlanta gets out early and makes that push with the crowd is that the shooters get going, I think, less than Trae Young gets going. So I feel like they got to stay home on shooters, that it's going to be more evolved around that they're going to say, okay, you two in the action have to pretty much stick with Trae. We're not going to help as much. We're going to stay home on Gallo and Bogdanovich so that they don't get going. And let's just test. I know you don't want to test a scorer of his caliber, but just slightly test and see if he can get it done on 2 just high-level defenders instead of throwing kind of the whole team at him, kind of like Boston did a little bit against Kevin Durant, because they were just throwing everybody at him in yesterday's game. So it just feels like possibly they do the same thing. You're looking at Boston's thing. Maybe they back off a little bit just to see if he can kind of deal it with a team defense perspective. But I'd agree. You can't, with a player of Trae Young's caliber, you cannot go 3 straight games with a similar just defensive approach. Like it's just impossible. And specifically Eric Spoelstra is not going to trust going 3 straight games with the same approach. So I think they'd probably stick with the same rotation. It's hard to see them plugging in Caleb again, just because that was just the 10th man, foul trouble. Duncan Robinson couldn't really play in that game because of other reasons. I think they go back to the game 1-9, but I think they just mix in different coverages than we've seen.
Alex, this coming down in the comments, like, do you think Bam's affected by COVID and all that? It's hard for me. I mean, you and I did an episode on this yesterday that people should check out, but it's hard for me to point to something like that when he's holding opponents to 18% shooting in the series. Like it's not like he's getting trucked on the other end, right? Like it's just, we just haven't seen it from him offensively. So I don't know that there's a physical issue with Bam. I think it's just the way the 2 games have played out.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. I just feel like, Bam just hasn't had the game yet where he's stood out yet. And it's like, like we talked about in the episode yesterday, it's just kind of getting people nervous, because you always got to be nervous about something even after 2 big wins. But I agree with everything you guys were saying as far as how game 3 is going to play out. Interested to hear, what Brady was saying there as far as the coverages, because I do think there's going to be, more or less a lot of the same stuff as far as, him always having to go through elite defenders. If he gets one of the Tres Leches matched up on him, he's going to have crazy help, always guys cheating off their man. But I do think, like, if the Hawks do get off to a strong start, it's going to be because of the shooters. And so to try to connect all of that back to the whole Bam conversation, I think that's kind of where Bam comes in, right? Because even though he's not always on Trae, he's getting switched on to kind of everybody around the team. So I think, he's going to be partly responsible for that. But I'm not necessarily worried until, this kind of keeps happening, right? And maybe that's a cop-out. I just don't think Bam is kind of had enough going wrong for it to become a legitimate concern yet. Like, I think, they go into game 3. Let's say, like, they need more from Bam. They're down. Everybody else is not playing well. that's when you're going to need a guy like Bam to step up. I just think it hasn't gotten to that point yet. And clearly they don't look to him to kind of be one of those main scorers. And we've talked about that plenty of times before, but like, I think we all agree he should be second or third, at least in field goal attempts. When you talk about it on a night-to-night basis, and it feels like there's plenty of times where when everything else is going right, he can go down on that, right? And so not everything is about field goal attempts, but I do think you would definitely like to see more and just kind of, get Bam back feeling confident offensively.
Yeah, Royals in the comments telling us to blow it up. I don't know if it's to blow up this team or the Heat team. there you go. The thing about it, we've talked a lot about Bam and Tyler. Kyle's been quiet offensively, but Brady, you had a piece today about everything else that he's contributing right now. It does feel like he has the ability to just decide when he wants to be aggressive offensively. We've seen that all year, whether it's over a quarter, over a game, over a week, if they need it. When do you think that becomes necessary? Is it necessary in this series?
No, I don't, not yet at least. The thing it ties into the Bam thing, the reason I'm not worried about it is because this series didn't call for Bam in a lot of ways. Yes, Capella's out. They had John Collins out for game one. There's matchup things where you could say, okay, Bam's better than this guy. He can go at him. But we said before this series, this is a perimeter series. And they've shown that when they don't need to, if they can work the perimeter, that they're the best three-point shooting percentage team in the regular season. They're not going to go to Bam in these spots if they don't have to. If they can run everything through the perimeter against a team that cannot recover on rotations, like why go away from it? I think that ties into Kyle as well. Like his game in this series has been, okay, I'm going to get to the basket, not as a scorer, but I'm just going to pull these defenders in just enough to get the shooters going for my teammates. I think he's done a lot of good stuff in that way. I think he's done a lot of good stuff with that. They don't need to go to Tyler Bam pick and rolls as often, or even Kyle Bam pick and rolls as often. They've gone to a ton of Kyle and Jimmy pick and rolls. The reasoning is that Trae Young wants no part of Jimmy Butler. It's been shown that he is going to fight through a screen no matter what, because he does not want to get that switch. It's opened up so many kind of lanes and gaps and slots for Jimmy Butler. That's one of the reasons he went from 45 in game two. Like the fact that there's still, you turn on ESPN and they're saying Kyle Lowry had an underwhelming season. If you look at a box score, maybe, like I know Ethan, you pointed out the 13 and 8 you said before the season, but if you're watching, specifically the times where he has it clicking, nothing about his game is underwhelming with the terms of impact of getting Bam going on certain nights or getting shooters going on certain nights. And I feel like that's the type of thing. And his defense is elevated pretty high in these first two games. Like we were talking about, is he getting beat one-on-one? And we were having questions. Is he getting to that point at his age now that is he not like at that level defensively? He's shown to be at that level defensively. He's been one of the primary guys to bother Trae. I still have that play in my mind. I think it was from game one where he picked his pocket and he ended up tossing it to Max, who got the dunk. Like he still has the abilities to do it. He's still like high IQ off the ball that I feel like he's been just vital in this series. And when we go through, we talk about Jimmy first. We talk about the role players and Gabe, PJ, Duncan, Max. Then we go and we say, okay, Tyler and Bam aren't playing that well. These are all the names that we're discussing. We haven't talked about Kyle Lowry a ton after these first two games, and it feels like we should.
I go back to one moment that I think when we look back at the series, we're going to say the series was pretty much over at this very moment because it's exactly what you said. Trae wants no part of Jimmy. 3 minutes into the first game where Jimmy got in Trae's face, series was over. In my view, because I feel like that was calculated on Jimmy's part. It's like, this is how this is going to be. And then you saw Trae now complaining about the officials. And now we don't have enough fans at home. Like they're in his head. Like they got in his head from the very beginning of the series. He's not conducting himself in a way that a villain that you're scared of would be conducting himself. I mean, he's like sort of a scared little boy right now, honestly. And I think that that's why I thought he had one game in him. I'm not quite sure. I think they may finish this thing off in 4 as a result of that. I do want to get to this before we go around the league because, Royal says this. He can't tell if some of you are serious or trolling in the comments. So we're going to address this. What is it about Heat fans? What is it about Heat fans? And this is no disrespect to anybody watching because we appreciate all of you guys. So we always start no disrespect before you insult somebody. But here we go, okay? What is it about Heat fans that you're up 2-0 in a series, okay? Milwaukee, we're going to talk about stuff around the league. Milwaukee just lost its second or third best player for a couple weeks. The number one team in the league just lost its best player, because he is their best player at this point, for a couple of weeks. Kevin Durant went 0 of 10 in the second half yesterday. Okay, so teams are having problems all over the place. The Heat are cruising at 2-0, and we're getting, why isn't Depot starting? Why isn't Morris playing ahead of Dedmon? And we need to get Yurt ready for the Philadelphia series. What is this? Because we've gone through, I'm not going to address the Yurt thing. I'm sorry. I'm just not going to do it. Okay. But as far as Oladipo and Morris go, we've addressed all this stuff a million times. Okay. Oladipo is not playing right now. It has nothing to do with the problem with Jimmy Butler or anything like that. It has to do with fit. Okay. It has to do with fit. Okay. He needs the ball in his hands. There are not rotations right now that he's going to get the ball in his hands where they're still going to get space. Markieff Morris, they want a guy off the bench in Dedmon who plays big. That's what they want right now. That doesn't mean Morris won't play at some point, but that's what they want. But can we address? I'm going to let Brian handle this because you're coming in from New York. Does this happen in every city?
Well, you're asking the wrong person, because in New York it's probably worse, and they're not used to success. What gets me about
who do they want to play? I mean, who's not playing that could be playing in New York? I'm talking about the Knicks, not the Nets.
What gets me about Heat fans, though, is that you guys really don't know how good you have it. Just in terms of just being a fan of this team and this organization, who can almost, not fully, but almost do no wrong. When they step in it, they get themselves out of it. Got Jimmy Butler without cap space, was able to get LeBron James, was able to have a lot of success since I was born, basically, because the year after Pat Riley got to the Miami Heat and changed shit. So they've been relevant and good basically the entire time I've been alive, which is not something I could say literally about any other organization that is from the same hometown that I'm sitting in right now. So I think you guys got to just relax. And look, another thing is, as somebody made a comment earlier, I'm forgetting who it was, that the East is wide open because of some of the injuries. And this is part of the wear and tear stuff. I'm not going to get into the whole thing that I got into on Twitter last night about it. You can go look at that. But these injuries, unfortunately, in the case of Devin Booker and Chris Middleton, not to say that they were to be expected, but they're not ultimately surprising because they had the same amount of rest that the Heat and Lakers had before last year's season began.
Right.
And you're talking about two guys, exact same, 6-7 weeks. Two guys who went straight from the NBA Finals to Tokyo to win a gold medal. And then 6 weeks later, here's training camp. Guess who has wear and tear injuries right now? So, look, if you're a Heat fan, you got to, just chill because they're up 2-0. And, yes, Tyler Hero should wake up at some point. Bam should wake up at some point. But, look, man, this is not anything to worry about when you compare your situation to other people's situation right now along the Eastern Conference.
All right, Alex, we're going to do 10 minutes of your talk now. No, we won't. Let me ask you this question. Right now, haven't things played out perfectly? I mean, it strikes me that, yes, Boston will be a formidable opponent on the other side of the bracket if you get there, but they're not the Bucks. The Bucks are going to beat the Bulls anyway. But they're probably not beating Boston without Chris Middleton. I wouldn't believe so, particularly if Robert Williams is back by that point, right? And Middleton's injury is evaluated in 2 weeks. It's not back in 2 weeks. It's evaluated in 2 weeks, okay? I mean, I would think that makes Boston the favorite to come out of that side of the bracket, the way that things have played out right now. And Brian, you're up in Brooklyn. I don't think the Nets fans are going to will the Nets to victory. Okay, I mean, so to me,
Ben Simmons is not fixing all that shit.
Ben Simmons is not, and neither is that crowd. So it seems to me, Alex, this thing has played out right. I mean, so far, I don't know what there would be to complain about. Yes, Lynette, they are in a good place. I agree.
Yeah, I pretty much agree with all of that. I think it's unfortunate, and I thought Brian brought up a good point as far as the Tokyo thing. When he brought it up, I'm like, wait, that was last summer? It feels like so long ago. Yeah. And then I remembered Bam already had his injury, and he was one of those players who went over there. He had his injury earlier this season, so I thought that was a good point. But man, everything really has gone well. I think the Hawks have proven to be just not any sort of test or resistance at all, and it's gotten people nervous, right? Because it's what happens when we do get there? Is Bam going to be good enough? Is Tyler going to be good enough? What happens when we do get there? But I think people are also getting scared because they're watching Embiid and Harden just rack up all these fouls over and over. The Raptors, even though I thought they would lose in 7, it's clear now to me that obviously they're missing Scotty Barnes too, but they just don't have the bodies to be able to defend Embiid without fouling. Like, they have to be overly physical there. And the bigs that they're throwing on them, Precious Achua, like we've seen, man, he cannot guard Joel Embiid. I like Precious as a prospect. He's showing off a little jumper this year. Good for him. I like his measurable.
He also missed 2 late free throws, Alex, which was the most predictable thing ever.
He gave up the 3 to Embiid for the win. I mean, he got hit with the screen, but you're like, you're supposed to be big and strong. You should be able to get through a screen. But no, really, just not to get on Precious here. I just think like they're completely undermanned and just completely overwhelmed. Like, they have nothing for him. That Sixers offense is running like hell, and I think people get nervous. And now, like, I agree with you. I don't think the Bucks can beat the Celtics without Middleton. I think Rob Williams is probably going to be back by the end of this series. Who knows if the Nets can come back or not? But it does seem like, if everything bodes well, it's going to be Heat Celtics conference finals. And that matchup still gets me a little bit nervous, but they don't have Giannis, right? So that's kind of the biggest thing there. That defense will test the hell out of the Heat if they do get there. But look, everything is going right. Like, I don't know how you can go and say otherwise.
I mean, a second-round matchup against Philadelphia is an appropriate second-round matchup. I think we talk about Atlanta, and you're right. It's like Heat fans have pivoted from being freaked out about everything that could go wrong to now saying, well, it hasn't gone wrong enough. Like, we're not getting enough of a challenge from Atlanta. We need more of a challenge. I would make the argument you don't want a challenge right now. You don't want to challenge, not because you're going to risk losing the series. There was never a chance. Sorry, Worldwide Wob. Of ever losing this series. Okay, you were not going to lose to Atlanta, but you just want as few games as possible. That's where I'm at, because every game you play,
looks like that Sixers series is going to be over quick. So
right. Well, first you want to match their rest, but additionally you want to not risk injury. You don't. Every game you play, you are risking a guy getting hurt, and this also gets back to the other point that's being made on the comments. The fact that they have Morris and Oladipo kind of in reserve right now means that as long as you don't have, a Jimmy or Bam, like significant long-term playoff injury, you might be able to overcome the absence of a player or two, because you have guys in Oladipo or Morris who are better than some of the guys that are being thrown in.
I don't like
by
this.
Some
This
of
is
these
making
other
me
teams.
nervous. This type of talk is making me nervous.
I knocked on wood when
Something's
you said
gonna
it.
Look,
Just
here's
jinx
the
the
thing.
whole team.
You're not going to get through an entire playoff run with nothing. You're not, okay? Especially during a COVID period. There's going to be something, okay? But you look at
you're using your jinx powers for good now by saying that there will
I
be
am. I'm going the opposite direction. But look at
Totally backtrack.
But look at the 2012. Look at the 2012 playoffs. You lost Chris Bosh. And you were trotting out Dexter Pittman for 3 minutes to start a game until Spoelstra was like, no, that's not happening again. I mean, I saw the look on Dexter's face. He never played again in the NBA, and I knew he wouldn't. He came to the bench. I love Dexter. Dexter was the biggest Adele fan I've ever seen. He had like Adele screensaver and all the rest of the stuff.
Got to the NBA, got some checks, and lost a lot of weight.
He was a great dude, but he came back to the bench. They were down like 13-2 in Indiana. He came back to the bench after 3 minutes. This was the big adjustment Spo made. And he looked at Spo, and Spo looked at him, and I turned to everyone. I said, he's never going to play again. He never played again. They went to Battier, and they went to Ronnie Turioff, and then eventually they plugged in Bosh with Battier. But they lost Bosh for a period of time. They had to adjust. They had LeBron and Dwayne to help them adjust, okay? And those guys went nuclear against Indiana, but they were on the brink without Bosh being totally healthy against Boston. My point is, something is going to happen. There's going to be a suspension. Like somebody, we saw Chris Anderson get suspended the last few years. There's going to be some kind of a suspension for technicals. There's going to be COVID. There's going to be an injury. The fact that Miami has good players in reserve may mean something here. And I think people should look at that, and you just don't want to take chances with it. All right, let's get to some of this. Udonis has them backup power forward from Ben. That's a good one. All right, let's go around the league a little bit before we get to some of the comments, because I mean, some of the chalk is not playing out in the West. Timberwolves are up now on Memphis. Maybe they go up 2-1 in that series. Give me percentages here, okay? Percentage chance that Phoenix, I'll start with you, Brady. Percentage chance that Phoenix gets upset by New Orleans in that series without Booker.
Maybe 20%. I'm honestly not high on it, to be honest. Like, I think the Suns are still going to win it. And it may sound crazy because they just lost Devin Booker, but they didn't get to 60 wins or whatever they got to just because of Devin Booker. Like, they're still a solid team, and they have a bunch of scores on the other end that they can lose, especially if they're heading back to New Orleans. But if other guys stay healthy, specifically Chris Paul, I think they could still win the series. So I'm not too high on that upset as more as others.
Brian, Minnesota, chances of beating Memphis.
Ooh, 18.2%. I think but I think Memphis should be fine. I mean, they ain't looking too good today, but I think Memphis should be fine. I do think that not too many people, but I did see a certain section of people really sleep on Minnesota going into the series. And for me, it wasn't about sleeping on Minnesota as much as it's like I was never that convinced that Memphis was just going to walk through them, because I had questions about Memphis in the regular season and how it would translate to the playoffs, which we sort of seen play out in game 1 and now in game 3. But I still think Memphis wins that in 7.
Alex, we'll do some rapid fire here. Alex, who concerns you more in a Philadelphia series right now? James Harden or Tyrese Maxey?
Who concerns me more? Probably Maxey, because I'm still saying Harden's a better player, but probably Maxey, because we know how the Heat defend. We know that, you know, they're going to be scrambling like hell to keep Embiid contained, and Harden is going to be second on that priority list. Now we'll see if they just defend him one-on-one and don't send help whenever he has the ball, which I would like to see, because I think that he can defend him one-on-one. I don't think he's got the burst that he used to. I would just let him do that, but because I don't expect them to do that, because I expect them to continue helping off other guys like they do, I think Maxey's going to have a couple games where he goes crazy. So I'm definitely a little bit concerned about Maxey, because I just think like the game plan with Harden, they probably already have something there. And I think Maxey's going to be like the guy who gets, you know, chances off the bounce where when guys are helping, like those types of opportunities where he can really get killed. And also Maxey is really damn good at, like, he's just awesome playing off of those guys and the attention that they bring. So Maxey's my answer.
Brady, is this Boston team better or worse than the team that the Heat played 2 years ago?
Oh, they're better. I think they're better. First of all, Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown are much better players than they were at that time. But the defense is real. And I think we learned that. I said last night that, like, people were so focused. I even saw on Colin Cowherd's show, he did a bracket where it was like the face of the teams, and he went through to see who that would go through. That's not how this works. This isn't fantasy basketball. Like, the high-level defenses we've seen, like Boston, can overcome high-level 2-player, 1-player talents. It's just the way it is now. That a Trae Young, even though Trae Young was better than Jimmy Butler in that bracket, and Kevin Durant's better than Jason Tatum in that bracket, that doesn't mean anything. That I just feel like the way that Boston's growing, specifically when they get Robert Williams back, like, we're still seeing the way Al Horford can do things at Kevin Durant and these other guys, that when they get that full kind of front court together, that it's just intriguing, I think, as Miami's defense. And I do want to say that the thing about the Philly matchup that's interesting to me, because I do agree that Maxey's kind of the guy you'd worry about more. I think those matchups are more interesting than anything if you go through them, because I think Maxey would probably see Jimmy the most in terms of Jimmy would be guarding Maxey. They'd probably go PJ on Harden and Bam and Embiid to do that little switching thing. They could throw different bodies on him. Thibel's like the guy you throw Max Strus on because he's not much of an offensive threat. And Kyle Lowry can guard perimeter fours, or at least at the beginning, to test them. Like, they're going to test Tobias Harris because he's kind of the X factor that if he plays well, their team elevates in a lot of ways. That Kyle Lowry guarding John Collins on switches or Gallinari on switches is going to continue from series to series. And I think that's just something to watch.
Well, I love the Tucker on Harden matchup. First thing, he knows him well, but he loves him, but he won't give an inch. But also, Harden's not going to be able to pick up as many cheap fouls on PJ, because PJ is real good at avoiding that stuff. And he'll get a few, but he's not going to get enough of them. That would be an interesting matchup. You know, the thing about Boston too is it's amazing. Like, it feels like Kemba Walker was the ultimate addition by subtraction, because I mean the Heat picked on him 2 years ago, something significant in the Eastern Conference Finals, and him not being there, I think actually, you know, turns out to be helpful to them. But right now, if I had to say right now, and again, Phoenix getting Booker back at some point, we'll see what state they're in. But is it fair to say, Brian, that Golden State looks like the best team in the league right now?
Yes. And on top of that, they also have the experience with Steph, Clay, Draymond. You figure that Jordan Poole has been integrated in some way, not just on the court, but off of it, and adapting certain mannerisms and certain habits and being around those guys. Like, all that other stuff that people don't talk about as much, intangibles, like all that shit matters. And they also have Steve Kerr as their head coach. So the Warriors have all those things going in their favor, where like even pre-Devin Booker injury, while I wouldn't call them the favorite, I would call them somebody like who can really actually challenge them and get to the finals. And now with that being in question, maybe he's back by the conference finals, but at the same time, like, yeah, the Warriors are the team coming out of the West. As of right now, you know, we'll see what happens with injuries and such, but they will be the team coming out of the West, in my opinion, depending on like what happens with the Devin Booker situation.
Who is a tougher matchup for the Suns in the next round? Again, we don't know Booker's status. Who's a tougher matchup, Alex? Is it Dallas or is it Utah?
It's Dallas. It's not even
if Luke is healthy. If Luke is healthy.
Come on. It's not even close. It's not close. That Jazz team is just waiting to collapse. They look like Sixers West from the past couple of seasons. Like, it's just not going well over there. And, I think things could have gone differently if they secured that game too, because it's just hard to come back from down 0-2. But I had Dallas in the series the whole time. And I think the difference between this Dallas team and the past two Luke has been on, where he obviously, overperformed in the playoffs, in the sense that he was able to match up with superstars both times. The difference is now that team defense is really nice, man. Like, just in general, the Mavs defensive infrastructure is just so much improved. I feel like between Kleber, Dorian Finney-Smith, you got Jalen Brunson, not defensively, but just in general, his improvement. Like, they've got a lot of pieces that make a lot of sense and are playing well together. They're locking people up. And so, not that I think they'll beat the Warriors, but I think that'll be a pretty good series. It should be a nice little test for Luka. I don't think they'll get past,
wait, Dallas is in the Phoenix bracket, right? Yeah. Or am I wrong?
Oh,
yes.
Wait.
They are.
Dallas is in the Phoenix bracket because that's the 4-5 bracket.
Yeah. You just completely threw me off. Okay.
Well, there you go.
So that means the Warriors are going to play the winner of Grizzlies Timberwolves.
Yes.
Yeah. So that wasn't the question about who was going to be the tougher matchup for the Warriors?
No, it was for the Suns, but that's okay.
Oh my God.
It's fine.
I misunderstood.
I'll give you a chance.
Mavs Suns will be a good one too, though.
At the end of the day, at almost the end of the show. All right, I got one more thing for these guys before I do, though. PrizePicks.com. Make sure you use the code 5 FIVE. Got a ton of signups lately. This is the official fantasy sponsor of the 5 Reasons Sports Network. You can play, as well as NBA, you can play MLB, NHL, any of the other sports. You can pair players from different sports, 2, 3, 4, 5 players together. As many as you want. Power play, flex play, go all in, go halfway in. The reason I keep saying the code 5 is the code 5 gives you that bonus. So you put down $100, they will give you $100 to play with. You put down $20, they give you $20. Whatever you do, they'll match it, but then you don't have to play it all at once. So go to prizepicks.com, use the code 5. All right, so the funniest thing I heard today, the clip was posted from Levitard's show that I guess they're summoning everybody for a Heat Sixers series, including Ethan Skolnick's Minions. So I guess I'm gonna have to change the name of one of the shows to the Minions. But let's go to 3 on the Minions here.
We've been called on.
So let's go to this. Does this series come back to Miami, Alex? This is the Atlanta-Miami series, by the way, not the Golden State series. Does the series come back to Miami?
I said yes before we started the series. I'm going to say no now. I think they're shook ones. I don't think they have any real adjustments. I still wouldn't be surprised if they got a game. I just think, like, from their whole demeanor, everything about them doesn't look like a team that's going to adjust and win a game, even though they can get hot. So, no. The series is going to be over by next week, and we won't be playing we won't go to a Heat game where the Hawks are playing the Heat next week.
Brady?
I'm close to that, but I think it goes 5. Like I said 5 before, and I just still feel like they can explode at least one game where Miami just kind of doesn't have it in the end. Like, personally, I think, like, if it's a close game down the stretch, and I said this before, I'm taking Miami. And we said the opposite in most matchups where we're like, okay, if it's a close game, Miami doesn't have the late game offense. Against this team, they do. But I just feel like I don't know if it's going to be game 3. I'm kind of looking at game 4 as the one that they kind of sneak away with, where it's like a Trae Young pride thing that he can't get swept. He kind of comes out in game 4, they get one, and then Miami just takes care of business in game 5.
Brian?
Basically where Brady's at. Because before the series even started, I thought it was going to be 3-1 going back to Miami, with Atlanta winning that 4th game, just because also sometimes the Heat just be fucking around and they might just give up a game because like, oh, all the things that people worry about sort of manifest itself and they lose a close game in game 4. And then in game 5, they get their shit together and then end up winning the game. So I think it's still Heat in 5 in this series.
Yeah, I'm still going Heat in 5 in this one, and I think I'm going to flip it though. I originally thought that Hawks would get game 3. I also think it's going to be game 4. I think Miami will relax a little bit in game 4. I could see the Hawks stealing one, but at this point, I almost lean towards Alex too because I just
think the Sixers winning game 3 is going to make the Heat come out and be on their shit, knowing that they have to match that rest.
Possibly. Possibly. I do think there'll be some urgency here. I think the desire also to get those days rest. I don't know if they'll all go to the Bahamas again, but they can't open the next series until the following Saturday. So if they finish this thing off on Sunday, they're looking at Monday, Tuesday, they're looking at a full work week and Eric will give him a day or two off before he kind of grinds on it again. It'd be very similar to the last period of time that they had, which we know when Eric has that much time to prepare
actually prepare for.
Well, right. And this time he'll know. And they have, they have a book on the Sixers. Like they know, they know what the Sixers like to do. They've seen Harden plenty over the years. Like they'll kind of have an idea. So I do think maybe there'll be a little bit more urgency to finish it, but I just think I still am waiting for the one game where Trey just goes off. We've seen him capable of that. They didn't play very well against Cleveland on the road in the play-in game, and they had like 6 minutes where he turned the whole thing. I can see that happening in either a game 3 or a game 4. We know that no matter what happens, that ESPN will be talking Nets Lakers. I will finish this just with one other thing though, because for people who didn't see it on the morning show, there is nothing to the Skip Bayless report about Oladipo and Jimmy Butler. Okay, I've said it on every show now. Going to keep saying it. He's pulling stuff out of his ass. Have a good night, everybody.
All right. Thank you very much to all of you that are still here, that are just getting here. We are in a kind of a weird situation. The Miami Heat and Atlanta Hawks have not started their game. The NBA Communications Twitter handle just tweeted a couple of minutes ago that the game will be starting at 7:55 p.m. Eastern Time. Still, players are not ready. The fans, of course, are still going in the State Farm Arena. So what we're going to do here is we're going to stay here. We're going to pump more content for you guys. And now we're going to go with the Prize Picks show. Visit prizepicks.com if you can. Use the promo code 5 FIVE and you'll get a 100% match on your deposit up to $100. Here we go. And this is the report from Gadiel Cartagena a couple of minutes ago. Before that, and then later, he said, here we're going to show it here in a second, that he thought it would be weird if the game started before 8 p.m. Again, he's out there in Atlanta at the arena, so follow him at Gadiel Cartagena on Twitter. So we're going to continue bringing you guys updates of the situation in Atlanta. Again, the Heat playing the Atlanta Hawks in game 3 of the first round of the Eastern Conference playoffs. So let's go ahead now and continue with our programming here. The next one is going to be a Prize Picks show. We're finding it here so I can play it for you guys. I know it's been a weird situation. I want to thank you. I want to thank all of you that are still here, that are joining us for now. But let's before we get to that, let's listen. No, here it is, the Prize Picks show. Let's continue with that, and then we'll listen from Eric Spoelstra and Nate McMillan again, in case you didn't do it. Here we go.
All right, welcome into Prize Picks on 5 here on the 5 Reasons YouTube channel. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe button. Most importantly, make sure you remember the code 5. It's FIVE. Get your initial deposit matched up to $100. This is the official fantasy sponsor of the 5 Reasons Sports Network. You don't need to play it all at once. You don't need to play just NBA either. You can play NFL when it's going on, but also NHL, MLB, MMA, and all of the rest. I'm Ethan Skolnick. As I said, I've got David Eversole with me. Follow him at David W. Eversole. We're going to go through Heat Hawks to start tonight. And I guess I'll jump in here from the very beginning. I'm expecting more of a Kyle Lowry game tonight. He's played well in the first 2 games. They haven't needed a lot of offense from him it changes on the road. You're not getting 45 from Jimmy Butler again. I think you're going to get an all-around floor game from Kyle Lowry. He has been really good over the past like 2 or 3 postseasons on the road. He wasn't early in his career, but he has been lately. He will calm them down tonight. 24.5 seems like a pretty low number to me. I mean, I think you're looking at 8 or 9 assists. I think, he gets you 15 points tonight. You're already kind of there with a rebound or 2. So I'm going to go with Kyle Lowry tonight over. And on the Hawks side, we kind of picked, as we said, the best available white shooter last time. And I nailed Bogdanovic. I'm going to go away from Bogdanovic tonight and go back to Gallinari. 12.5 points. His numbers come down since game 2 because he had a big game 1. He's tended to be a player who plays better at home over the course of his career, and you can see he's gone over that 4 of the last 5. So I'll go over on Gallinari points. David?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a pretty even game, at least to start with. Atlanta's going to be fired up, I think, in front of the home crowd. So Trae Young was a little bit better in the last game. I think he's going to build on that performance. And with his volume, I like him over 2.5 threes. I think that's a pretty friendly number for him, just given the volume. He takes 9, 10. He's only 2 for 17 from deep in the series. So I think he's going to get on track a little bit more at home. So I like him over 2.5 threes tonight. And I'm going to pair that with Tyler Hero over 2. He hasn't had the volume of shots, and obviously we know his scoring has been down. He's only taking 11 shots per game in this series. He's usually around 16, 17 shots. So I think the second unit is going to be important. It's going to be a competitive game with Atlanta at home. We're probably going to get their best shot because if they're going to win a game, I think likely in this series, if it's not a sweep, it's going to be a 5-game series. So I think we're going to get Atlanta's best game tonight. So I think we're going to need a little bit more out of Hero. So I like him over 2 threes tonight as well.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I don't. Yeah, I think we're going to get more of it. And plus, Tyler's been waiting to play in a road playoff game. He hasn't really been in front of a crowd. Last year, Milwaukee was half a crowd. The bubble, there was no crowd. I would expect more from him tonight. My one pick kind of off the board tonight, I kind of liked CJ McCollum over the 24.5 points, but I'm actually going to go to the game on the other side and play Ayton over 19.5. I just feel like they're going to have to play more inside without Devin Booker. He has an advantage in there. He needs to exploit it. He's playing for a contract extension. Like without Devin, like DeAndre Ayton needs to play big. He's a former number 1 overall pick. I think Chris Paul will spam the pick and roll with him tonight. And I think Ayton gets over 19.5.
Yeah, I like that pick as well. And somebody who I was looking at from the East was going to be Seth Curry tonight versus Boston. He's only at 11.5 points. He's been a little bit better lately. And over the season, he averaged 18 points a game against Boston. So I like him at 11.5 points. That was my one pick outside of the Heat Hawks tonight.
All right, so check it out. Curry over, Gallinari over on points, Trae over on threes, Hero over on threes, and I also like Kyle Lowry over on points, rebounds, and assists. Make sure you're using the code 5, FIVE. Have a good night.
All right, there you go. We are still here waiting for the beginning of this game. It's supposed to be starting in about 5 minutes, so be patient and stay with us. We're going to continue with our pregame show, an extended pregame show, an extended version of the Miami Heat Atlanta Hawks pregame show that we started about 2 hours ago. This pregame show started about 2 hours ago. We're going to hang out with you guys all around until the game's over. We're going to have the Pace and Spaces halftime show here. We're going to be with you all throughout the playoffs, and we're going to try to do this more often next season as well in the most important games of the season. So you already listened to the Price Picks show, to already listen to more floor from last night. You already listened to a little bit of 5 on the floor as well. So you've been getting hit with analysis and more analysis here on the 5 Reasons YouTube channel. And now let's listen again to the coaches, to Eric Spoelstra and Nate McMillan. Let's start with Eric Spoelstra once again, talking about game 3 of this series.
Yeah. Yeah, he has to. I mean, everybody does, Yeah, he has. All those guys there's just been a lot of reps and work at it behind the scenes. And And also, everybody has a very similar game plan, against us. And I think those live reps in games against virtually every single opponent that we've played against, has helped us during the regular season. But it certainly has to be a team defense. When you have this kind of offensive firepower that they have, and the shooting and the spacing they can get to you, you have to have 5 guys on a string.
Trey Young mentioned sort of a chess match between you trying to outsmart him and he tries to outsmart you. Do you almost in a way find that enjoyable that a player at the top of his game and matching wits with him, that he cares that much, that he's trying to outwit you, and that presents return challenges?
Yeah, look, he's a great player, and he has our full respect, coaching staff and players alike, because you know what he's capable of. Even as we're preparing to play in this building, and going through some of their moments that they've had. I mean, he's had some spectacular highlights and moments, in front of their home crowd. So there's just deep respect, in terms of the game playing and all that. I don't know. I'm a horrible chess player. Yeah, certainly you talk about how the momentum and the urgency, the energy can shift when you go from one building to another. And as competitors, you have to really embrace that and enjoy it. That's part of it. It's awesome playing in front of your home crowd. It's equally stimulating and challenging, playing on a road venue. And it's going to bring out a lot of different emotions. You're going to face adversity, regardless. And there's probably going to be 5 or 6 points during the game where we've got to collect ourselves and get right back at it and shift the momentum. But they've played extremely well here, for months, and that makes you take notice. All right. Thank you.
All right, that was Eric Spoelstra talking about tonight's game. The game's supposed to be starting here in a little bit. The national anthem was sung already, so we are getting ready to watch the game 3 of this series. The Atlanta Hawks in their first home game against the Miami Heat. So here we go. Jimmy Butler coming off 45 points, the 115-105 win in game 2. And thank you to all of you that are joining us tonight. We're going to be trying to do this all around the playoffs. Hopefully the Miami Heat makes it to the finals and beyond, so we can get a little bit more of action actually going on as we enjoyed the NBA playoffs. What I'm going to do, I'm going to share the score here. So we're going to go ahead and put that up here. As soon as it starts, we're going to start talking a little bit about what's going on in the game itself. For now, we just have the same starting lineups as in the last previous game, so we are good in that regard. And now let's just wait for the beginning of the game. Let me know who's here, who's watching, where are you guys at? What do you guys think about this game? Who's going to win tonight? Let me know in the comments. We're going to start reading comments right away, right before we start this game 2 of the series. So hit me with those predictions, please. The starting 5 for the Heat: Trey Young, Kevin Huerter, DeAndre Hunter, Danilo Gallinari, and John Collins. That's the starting 5 for the Atlanta Hawks. For the Miami Heat, the 5 you already know: Jimmy Butler, Bam Adebayo, PJ Tucker, Kyle Lowry, and Max Strus. Those are going to be the starting 5 for the Miami Heat tonight. In game 3 of the series, the Atlanta Hawks wearing red, the Miami Heat wearing their blacks, and we are getting ready. It's about to start here in a second, guys, so be ready. We're gonna share just the score here as we go through it and share our opinions about what's going on. And the game has just started. Here we go, tip off. So I'm a little bit behind, so you guys be patient with me. I'm not sure exactly how ahead you are when talking to me, so I'm gonna be reading some of you guys' comments. I'm gonna be down there with you guys, down there. And here we go. Aye, aye, Capitan Alejandro. No doubt the Heat will win with more than 10-point difference. Well, hopefully that's the case for the Miami Heat tonight. An important game in this series, trying not to get the Atlanta Hawks any hope in this particular matchup. So the first ball for me, it's Heat ball, Jimmy Butler with the ball. And here we go. Game 3 of the series. The Miami Heat up to 0. 115-91 the first game. 115-105 the second game of the series. Here we go. Bam Adebayo. Hand off to Max Strus, and that's a foul. So a 3-point foul starting the game. Herder getting to Max Strus. So that's 3 free throws for Max Strus. 20 seconds into the game. 19 seconds into the game. And the first foul of the series, well, that was a hand in the hips of Max Strus, who misses the first free throw of the series. And there we have our friend Ian with a play-by-play call right there in the comments. So he makes only one of the 3 free throws. This has been an issue for the Miami Heat in this series. Weirdly, they're missing a lot of free throws to start games, to start the series, especially in game 1 and now in game 3 with Max Strus missing 2 out of 3. All right, in my screen, you guys be patient. I know you guys might be ahead of me, but it's Trae Young with the ball. He has Lowry on Young right now. Pass inside. Collins and misses. It's a Miami Heat ball now. Kyle Lowry, fast break. Trying to attack the rim. Nothing. Ball for Bam Adebayo, who misses it. A turnover. So the problems that the Miami Heat has had in the first couple of games, missing free throws and turnovers. And that's the first one for Bam Adebayo. I'm a little bit behind, like I said. So deal with me. All right. Here comes Young. He attacks Max Strus, and he gets the first 2 points for the Atlanta Hawks. I know you guys are a little bit ahead, but be patient with me. This is what I'm watching right now. So PJ Tucker with the ball. Bam Adebayo in the top of the key. Back to Jimmy Butler. Back to Bam Adebayo, and he slams it down. So it's the first 2 points for Bam. And it's a 3-2 advantage for the Miami Heat right now. Trae Young with the ball. PJ Tucker on him. Miami Heat switches. It's Hunter on Gallinari. Gallinari down there. Nothing to do for Lowry and Adebayo. So it's 4-3 for the Atlanta Hawks. Jimmy Butler now with the ball. Here comes Butler. Butler and Herder. He goes to his right. Mid-range shot, and the ball goes in. So it's 5-4 for the Heat. So 1 point for Max Strus, 2 for Adebayo, 2 for Jimmy Butler. When Trae Young misses a long 3, and here's Jimmy Butler with the ball, 9:50 to go in the first quarter. They gave Butler space, and it's a foul and 1. 2 points and 1 for Jimmy Butler, who's down. He is holding his ribs, I think. He fell down really hard. DeAndre Hunter with the foul. And let's see what's going on right now. So thank you to all of you that are here. Ron Baker, Ian, Gotsky, Jermaine, Fabio. Fabio Brasileiro. Fabio. E aí, rapaz? Those 3 bros. Demented Red. Thank you to all of you that are here hanging out with us. Extreme 17. All of you that are just here, getting here and enjoying the beginning of this third game of the series. So it's a timeout for the Miami Heat. The Miami Heat winning 7-4 so far. 2 more points for Jimmy Butler, so that's 4 already, leading the team again. He's going to go to the line. Hopefully he's fine. 2 points for Bam Adebayo and 1 point for Max Strus, who got fouled in the first play of the game. So let me read some of you guys' predictions here. Those 3 bros said Heat. The Mentor Red said Miami Heat. 17 said Miami. Let me see who else here. Jermaine talking about his favorite player, and the Heat is Gabe Vincent. Before that, let me see who else said something about their favorite to win tonight's game. Oh, we have a little bit of money here from Ian. Thank you, Ian, for your super chats. If you want to help us continue growing our network, please share or give us a donation here in the super chats. We're gonna appreciate it very much. Thank you very much to all of you that are here watching the game. All right, let me see who scored the first point. That was Max Strus from the free throw line. Jimmy's down. Muito dependente de Jimmy Butler. Pressa fácil para os Hawks hoje. Fábio, obrigado. Fábio from Brazil, talking a little bit of Portuguese with us, a little bit of basquete. Jimmy's down bad. Ian B says Butler absorbs contact with chest and is down with 9:47 p.m. left. Well, not p.m. left in the first. He's now up. He must shoot his free throw to stay in the game. Patrick, algum brasileiro por aqui, além do Fábio. He too depending on Jimmy Butler. Easy pray for the Hawks today. Come on, unlike Hawks who depend on ice trade all the game. Here we go. All right, so we're waiting for more information. Let me see if Gad has something related to what happened with Jimmy Butler. He's down there at, well, not down there, up there at State Farm Arena. Jimmy's coming back in after the timeout. So that's the report from Gadiel Cartagena, our friend, colleague, and contributor 4 or 5 on the floor, part of the 5 Reasons team here. And he says Jimmy Butler is coming back in after the timeout, so that's important for the Heat. And thank you to all of you that are joining us in this hangout. We're gonna try to do this, like I said, for the entire playoffs. Hopefully the Miami Heat have a great run, and hopefully they get that championship, right? So let me see. We have 2 Brazilians here, Fábio e Patrick. This is looking like a 3-0. He will return, says her friend. And here we go. All right, so we're back. Jimmy Butler shooting the free throw, and he makes it. So it's 8-4. Oh, let me put the score back on. Sorry, guys. Here we go. Oh, surprise there. I'm a little bit behind. I'm a couple of baskets behind. More than a couple. So it's Gallinari in the ball. He shoots the 3, and it's good one. So 8-7 in my scoreboard. Jimmy Butler now with the ball. They called it a 2. So not a 3, but a 2 for Gallinari. Max Strus goes for it. No, gives it to PJ Tucker. Corner 3. He misses. Atlanta Hawks ball. Trae Young with it. He sees Young. Now Hunter, and Hunter gets 2 in the paint on Max Strus. Jimmy Butler with the ball, giving it to Kyle Lowry. Kyle Lowry fakes to right, goes to the left, and hits the first 3 of the game for the Miami Heat. So Kyle Lowry white hot in these playoffs. Trae Young with the ball. He's on Max Strus. Decides not to shoot the ball. Herner to his left. He shoots. In and out, and it's rebound for Jimmy Butler. Butler to Max, back to Jimmy, who misses short that 3. That's Herder with the ball. Back to the corner for Hunter. Here we go. Herner back to Gallinari. PJ Tucker on him. He shoots a 2, and he misses. Rebound for Bam Adebayo. Here we go with Kyle Lowry. Kyle Lowry was looking for that foul. He complains about a no call, and it's Hawks ball. Here comes Trae Young, and he makes his first field goal of the game. It's 11-10 with 7:40 to go. In my screen, I know you guys are a little bit ahead, so be patient with me. All right, here comes Bam. Back to Kyle Lowry. Fakes it. No shot. Max Strus from the corner. Misses. It's rebound for Trae Young. Here we go. Trae Young ball, 16 seconds to shoot. Back to Gallinari in the corner. Max Strus on him. That's a steal from Jimmy Butler and a foul. It looked like a clear path for Jimmy Butler, but I think that's just a regular common foul. It's 11-10 with 7:10 to go. Jeff Green says Trae Young is more than Jay Morant. I don't know about that, but we'll see. This is the second appearance for Trae Young in the playoffs. He took the Hawks to the Eastern Conference Finals last year. They lost to the Bucks, who then went on to win the finals against the Phoenix Suns. They are checking on this foul. Like I said, live, it looked like it was a clear path foul for Trae Young on Jimmy Butler. There's nobody after Trae Young, but we'll see. All right. Let me see. All right, the replay, it looks like, yeah, it's nobody else. It was just Trae Young there. So it should be a clear path. And here we go. Yeah. So 2 free throws. And here comes Jimmy Butler. Like our friend Jeff Green says here. Jimmy Butler. Okay, let's block this friend that is just spamming our chat right now. Okay, it's pronounced Ja Morant. All right, thank you, man. Because I like it, Jay Morant. You don't like it, Jay Morant? Okay, Ja Morant. Here we go. 13-10 for the Heat. In 57 games, 21.4 points per game for Jimmy Butler. Thank you to all of you that are watching the game with us so far. Jimmy Butler leading the team again. Right now, Max Strus misses a three-pointer. And that's a foul on Kyle Lowry. I got distracted here with our comments. All right, let me see. Our friend Kaze. Okay, how do you pronounce your name? Kazo. That sounds like queso, like cheese. Kazo, right? Kazoe, maybe. I don't know. Let me know how you pronounce your name. All right, here we go. Richie wants to know my prediction. I predicted in the first pregame of the series that the Heat was going to sweep this series. So let's see if that happens. So far, the Heat getting it done. Guided by our friend Jimmy Butler, Jimmy Canastas. Go ahead and visit 5reasons.com and buy our Jimmy Canastas t-shirt. You're going to like it. Jimmy Butler in the corner. 2 to go. 2 to shoot. Fade away, and it's no good. Rebound, and Butler gets it. Back to Max Strus. To his right to Kyle Lowry, who attacked the rim. Back to the corner to Max Strus. He shouldn't go for that shot. Lowry with another one. That's a deep one. Barely touches the rim. And they're going to call a foul on John Collins. So great rebound job for Bam Adebayo. That's a great offensive rebound a couple of times for the Heat. All right, here we go. JB wants an MVP award. Jimmy Butler once again. Now with a dunk. So far, 9 points for Jimmy Butler in the first 6 minutes of the game. 9 points, 3 for 5 from the field goal, and 4 rebounds. No assist yet for Jimmy Butler, right? Let me check here real quick. And there's a foul. Who is it? Kyle Lowry again. So it's 2 fouls for Kyle Lowry. We might see Gabe Vincent coming in. That was an assist from Bam Adebayo. That dunk from Jimmy Butler. Trae Young got distracted. No help from Gallinari, and a clear path to the rim for Jimmy Butler there. And what happened here? Backcourt violation for Alana. Oh my God, what a dumb turnover there. So better for the Heat. We're winning 15-10 now. 9 points for Jimmy Butler, who does have 1 assist. Let's check in here in the box score. Fábio Oliveira acha que a minha narração é muito pausada, meu. Max Strus, he said, step out of bounds. So it's out of bounds for Max Strus. Tyler Hero enters the game for Kyle Lowry. Another steal from Bam Adebayo. Here comes Tyler Hero. Back to Strus, back to Hero. And here comes the first 3-pointers. The first 3 points for Tyler Hero coming off the bench. We discussed a lot about what we should see from Tyler Hero and Bam Adebayo when Herter responds with the 2. A floater from the painted area. Here he goes. PJ Tucker. Great pass from Tucker. Hero couldn't finish. So it's a rebound for the Hawks. Here comes Herter again. Collins fakes the 3. Gives it to Hunter. Here comes Hunter. Fakes. He goes for 3. Misses. Great defense by Bam Adebayo. Here comes Jimmy Butler. Adebayo gets the ball in the paint, and he works it very well. 2 points on Gallinari. Very aggressive. And here comes a timeout for the Hawks. It's Miami Heat 20, Hawks 12. 9 points for Butler, 4 for Bam Adebayo, 3 points for Kyle Lowry, 3 for Tyler Hero, and 1 point for Max Strus. The Miami Heat winning this third game of the series. All right, let me see some of the comments here. Miami, let's go, says our friend King Papi. Richie, come on, man. Ian is helping here. The Heat defense is something. Jeff Green said, ask Ian, who are you picking to win the whole thing? They're not number 1 seed on the East for nothing. Você fala português ou só lê mesmo? Patrick, eu morei no Brasil quando era uma criança, depois eu estudei um pouquinho de português, então eu falo português. Adoro português. Gostaria de conseguir muitos mais amigos aqui em Miami para falar português com eles. Se você conhece alguém aqui, por favor, fala para eles que eu quero ter amigos brasileiros aqui, tá bom? Obrigado. Então, here we go. King Papi, love how the media keeps sleeping on the Heat. Yes. Rosalie Mahine, shout out. Thank you. Thank you to all of you that are joining us here for this Hangout. We are trying to do this for the totality of the playoffs. This is what we're going to do. At halftime, we're going to have the Pace and Spaces analysis coming to you, the one they do on Twitter. I'm going to have him here in audio. So we're going to enjoy the game. And that's it. Hang out here, have fun, and continue enjoying the Miami Heat with their run to the finals, hopefully. Thank you to all of you. If you haven't done so, please subscribe to our channel, YouTube channel. Subscribe, turn on the notifications, give it a like to this video so we get to more people. We're trying to get and reach the 18,000 subscribers here. So help us, please. Help us get there. Your help will get us there for sure. All right, let me see. All right, here we go. Tyler Hero's first 3-pointer tied Dan majorly And Antoine Walker for 11th on the Heat all-time playoff list. There you go. Jeff Green says he's taking the Warriors to win the championship. Fabio Oliveira, like for the best sports channel in the world. Narrator is very good. Thank you very much, Fabio. Muito obrigado. E Patrick, que legal. É, muito legal mesmo, né? A gente tá tentando crescer aqui no Five Reasons Sports Network. Então, é legal ter vocês aqui watching this game, vendo esse jogo. Você tá no Brasil mesmo ou você mora nos Estados Unidos? Fala comigo. Gabe Vincent enters the game for Jimmy Butler. Thank you to Ian. Ian is our reporter. He's coming to you from far, far away from the Philippines. Later tonight, the Phoenix Suns facing the New Orleans Pelicans. The series is 1-1. So that game's had to be pushed a little bit back because this game started about an hour later. So we're going to have that game starting a little bit later as well. Gallinari, using the board. I don't know if he tried to do that, but he made it. 2014. Here we go. Gabe Vincent in the game. So it's Gabe Vincent, Bam Adebayo, Tyler Hero, Max Strus, and PJ Tucker. Those are the 5 on the floor. Here comes Max Strus. PJ Tucker. 2, Tyler Hero, who shoots a 3. He misses. He's short. Rebound for Gallinari. Here comes Trae Young. Trae Young so far, the first 8 minutes of the game. Only 2 points. 1 field goal for Trae Young. So the Miami Heat defense doing their job there. Rebound for Bam Adebayo. Gabe Vincent to Hero. Hero floater to Bam Adebayo. Bam slam. Here we go. 22-14 for the Miami Heat. Patrick está em São Paulo. Eu fui para São Paulo quando era uma criança também. Eu fui ver a Fórmula 1 lá. O Michael Schumacher não conseguiu ganhar. Foi aquela corrida que choveu muito em São Paulo. Muitos anos atrás. And here comes the Hawks. John Collins finishes and gets fouled. PJ Tucker gets a foul. He was helping out Hero. So it's 22-17 after Collins makes his free throw. Duncan Robinson enters the game for Max Strus. Let's see if Duncan Robinson can help the Heat in this game. He didn't do so in the second game. He did great in the first one. EMB, why don't you live stream and talk? Yeah, Ian should get here with us. I don't know if it should be late there where he is, so maybe he can talk, but he can be there with us. So we appreciate it. So Duncan Robinson gets in. He misses a 3-pointer, and he gets a foul call on him. Holding, I guess. Dwayne Dedman goes in for Bam Adebayo as well. E for Patrick, conheci Rio de Janeiro, eu morei em Brasília, eu fui para Bahia, fui para o Salvador, eu fui para Curitiba, eu fui para Iguaçu, eu fui para São Luís e Maranhão, Porto de Galinhas. Brasil é muito lindo, muito grande, muito gostoso. Adorei Brasil. All right, go Heat from the Philippines. Our friend Jackie Lou. Thank you, Jackie Lou. When Trae Young is on the line right now, he misses the first one, makes the second one, and it's 22-18 for the Miami Heat. Couple of minutes to go in the first quarter. Too bad Capella's injured. Hawks don't have much of a chance without him. Yeah, that's true. I mean, they would have had a better chance maybe, but it is what it is. All right, Butler, back to Vincent. Opens, and he misses a 3-pointer. Rebound for Trae Young. Oh, he gets past the defense, misses the field goal. Duncan to Gabe Vincent. Vincent to Dedmon, who gets blocked. Back with the rebound and can't make it. So bad luck there for the Heat. Trae Young now goes back and forth. Can't get past Gabe Vincent. Here comes. And that's a 2 for Bogdanovic. Tyler Hero now with the ball. Vincent open in the corner, another 3 and another miss for Gabe Vincent. He's missed a couple of open shots for the Heat. Bogdanovic again spins and he ties the game 22-22. Here we go. So the Hawks with the best minutes so far in the first quarter. It's tied here, 8-0 run for the Hawks in the last couple of minutes, and Duncan Robinson steps out of bounds. So not so good 2 minutes for the Heat. Couple of turnovers, couple of open shot misses for Gabe Vincent, and another one for Duncan Robinson. And the game's tied with 1 minute to go here in the first quarter. Trae Young with the ball, corner 3, no good. Rebound for Duncan Robinson. Here comes Hero. 51 seconds to go. Here comes Hero to his left. He shoots, he misses. Okongwu with the rebound. The Heat not with a good moment. Recovery from rebound. Oh, here we go. Hero. Alley-oop to Jimmy Butler, who gets 2 easy points there with the dunk. So Bogdanovic now, 24-22. Bogdanovic with the ball. Shot clock at 8. Here we go. 6-5. Bogdanovic spins, misses. Rebound for Jimmy Butler. Here comes the last play of the quarter. Tyler Hero didn't. Oh, now back to Butler. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2 seconds. 1 to go. Step back and couldn't make it. So 24-22 for the Heat in the first quarter. 11 points for Jimmy Butler, who played 10 minutes. 6 points for Bam Adebayo. 3 for Kyle Lowry. 3 for Hero. 1 for Max Strus, who missed 2 free throws to start the game, then couldn't make any other shot. He actually went 0 for 2. And no points for Gabe Vincent, who missed a couple of shots. Robinson, no points as well. 1 rebound, the same stats for Dwayne Dedmon. No points, 1 rebound for both of them. And the Heat are winning by 2 points in this game. So what do you think? Jesse Hill says the Heat is on a hot streak for missed shots. And he laughs. That's right. And the Heat, like our friend Ian says, is 2 for 12 from 3. The only 2 threes made so far were 1 from Tyler Hero and 1 from Kyle Lowry. The rest of the team, 0 for 10 right now. So it is it's not the best start. I mean, I think none of the first quarters for the Heat have been great in this series. So we'll see what happens now. For the Hawks, Gallinari is actually leading the team with 6 points, 4 for Hunter and 4 for Bogdanovic, 3 for Collins, 3 for Trae Young, and Herder has 2 points as well. So 24-22 for the Miami Heat.
We tell you all the time about Prize Picks, the official app of the 5 Reasons Sports Network for fantasy. Why do we use Prize Picks? Why do we recommend Prize Picks? Because it's the most fun. It's really that simple, and it's the easiest to use. Here's what you do at Prize Picks, okay? You can play NBA, NFL, MLB, NHL, MMA, golf, gaming. They do everything there. And you can pair players from different sports. So it's just up and down props, but they got a ton of them on every sport, on every team that you can imagine. And you can decide how much you want to risk. So it's not just about the money, but also, do you want to go flex play and sort of hold a little back? Okay. Or do you want to go power play and go all in? You can play 2, 3, 4, 5 players together. They offer free props all the time. That gives you like a free box that makes it easier for you. Check out prizepicks.com. But before you do, write this code down. It's FIVE for 5, FIVE. If you use that code, they will match your initial deposit up to $100. You put down $100, they're giving you $100 in free money. And you don't have to use it all at once. You could play 20 at first, 15 at first, or if you just want to put down 20 at the start and they match your 20, you can do that too. So use the code 5, FIVE. Also check out Prize Picks on 5, which is the show that we do on Prize Picks before just about every NBA slate. PrizePicks.com. Use the code FIVE.
All right, we are back. The Heat is winning their third game of the series, 24-22. Don't worry, I'm going to get up there. Here it goes. Here it comes. Here I am. So it's 24-22. Thank you to all of you that are joining our Hangout. Good start for the Heat. 4 points in a row. A turnover for the Heat, for the Hawks, I'm sorry, to start the second quarter. All right, here it comes. I'm going to get this way so you guys can enjoy me from the side. Here we go. Tyler Hero to Dwayne Dedmon. That's the second basket of the quarter so far for the Heat. It's 26-22 in my broadcast here. I'm a little behind, I know. But thank you to all of you that are here with me hanging out. I hope you like it. Fernando Lopez says, we're playing like FC Barcelona in that first quarter, albeit. Fernando, if you're a Barcelona fan, si eres un fan del Fútbol Club Barcelona, por favor, sígueme en ADN Barça. Ese es mi podcast sobre el Fútbol Club Barcelona. Lo hacemos con Mariana Guzmán, que está allá, periodista venezolana que está allá en Barcelona. O Fábio, o narrador é muito simpático e competente. Você me parece ser colombiano ou venezuelano. Estou certo? Tá certo. Venezuela. Somos de Venezuela, nacimos en Venezuela, nací na Venezuela, morei no Brasil, morei no México e agora morando em Miami. All right, here we go. Gabe Vincent misses another 3, and here comes the Hawks. Not a good start for Gabe Vincent, missing his first 3 shots. And then a long 3 for Herder gives the Hawks the first lead of the game. Patrick Williams, parece peruano. No. Venezuela. Here we go. Dwayne Dedmon, so an early lead for the Hawks in the second quarter. Here comes Duncan Robinson. He should have shot that 3. He got fouled. And he missed that opportunity to go to the free throw line there. When we see the 27-foot three-pointer from Bogdan Bogdanovic. What a great shot. Here comes Tyler Hero with the ball. He gets in trouble. Back to Jimmy. Back to Dedmon, who throws it down. Dwayne Dedmon, the mechanic, coming in with 2 points. It's an interesting game. Game 3 of the series. The Miami Heat leading the series 2-0. A couple of wins. 115-91, 115-105. Bogdanovic misses, gets his own rebound, and puts it back. So Bogdanovic leading the team right now. Another turnover for the Heat. Bogdanovic, they leave him alone, and here comes again. He misses. Defensive rebound for Tyler Hero. The Hawks up by 1. Here comes Jimmy Butler. Up. What happened there? The ball hit Duncan Robinson in his foot, I guess. So that's an out of bounds. And here comes the Hawks. Great play by Jimmy Butler, his second assist of the game. He leads the team with 5 rebounds as well. And here we go. It's Bogdanovich. Back to Hunter, who gets up. 2 points on Tyler Hero. So the Hawks up by 3, 31, 28 in my scorebook. I know you guys are ahead, but I'm watching the game. I'm a little behind, so it's Heat ball right now. Jimmy Butler, here he comes. Jimmy. Tyler Hero from 3, and it's good. 3-pointer to tie the game. It's 31-31 with 9 minutes to go. Third game of the series, the first round of the Eastern Conference. Couple of points for her. So right now it's Herter and Bogdanovich taking the Hawks, leading the Hawks. 9 points for Kevin Herter, 3 for 5 from the field goal. Another turnover for the Heat. That's been a problem. I've counted about 5 to 6 turnovers, but it's maybe more. It may be more, yes. Here comes Kevin Horner. He misses an open 2, and there's a foul down. Tyler Hero with a Heat foul. All right, let me check the turnovers. So it's 3, 4, 5, 6, according to this stat line here. 6 turnovers so far. All right, here comes Delon Wright to his left. Herter shoots a 3. He misses. Wright gets a rebound and gets 2 points. And a foul by Duncan Robinson. So again, it's the Hawks bench what's getting the Hawks the advantage. It happened also in the second game in the series. So we'll see if that's what's going to go on now in this particular game. Let me see. Let's refresh here the broadcast. It's 35-31 for the Heat, for the Hawks, I'm sorry, with 8:05 to go in the second quarter. Still early in the game. No Victor Oladipo minutes so far, which is weird. Another turnover by Tyler Hero. This has not been a good first quarter or first half for the Heat, and there's the timeout. Here we go. Timeout for the Miami Heat. It's 37-31 for the Hawks. Largest deficit for the series for Miami is just 6 points. Nothing to be too worried about early in the game. But here we go. 2 many turnovers, and the Heat is paying for it. 7 turnovers so far. And they've also been missing open shots. So that also doesn't help. Let's see who do we have here in the comments. All right. Hero killing us with the turnovers. He has 2 so far. So 2 turnovers, 2 defensive rebounds. But he has 2 3-pointers. So he has 6 points. 6 for Bam Adebayo, 6 for Jimmy Butler. Our bench so far, 10 points. 6 for Hero, 4 for Dedman. Nothing from Robinson or Vincent. But the Hawks, Bogdanovich with 6 points and 5 assists right away in 8 minutes. 6 points and 5 assists, 2 rebounds for Bogdanovich. Delon Wright, 4 points, 1 rebound. So bench points have actually been 10-10. So what I said earlier, maybe it's not right. Kevin Huerter, 9 points, 3 rebounds so far. He's 3 for 7. Trae Young, not a crazy game. 3 points, 3 rebounds, 3 assists in 12 minutes. And let me see, he's actually a -2. The same thing happened in the second game. I was looking at it, the Hawks were winning, and then he was a -2. Bogdanovich plus 14 so far. Since he got in, he just changed things. For the Heat, Hero and Robinson minus 11, Vincent and Dedmon minus 9. Of course, this is because they had not been playing well in the last couple of minutes. All right. What happened? Well, we're not playing that well, so we are down now. 11 plus, and then Ronald Fonte says some constructive criticism. Let's take care of the ball. I'm not happy. Regina Roy Romero. Don't like the way we are playing. Regina, thank you for your comment. I know they haven't been playing the best basketball so far. So 37-31 with 7 minutes, 47 seconds to go in the second quarter. A lot to be played yet in State Farm Arena. Again, if you are just getting here, if you're getting to know the 5 Reasons YouTube channel, please subscribe, give it a like, give it a thumbs up, and that way you can help us to continue growing our game here, our channel, and keep having fun with you guys. That's the idea, to keep having fun and enjoy what's going on right now. All right, what else is going on in the playoffs? Embiid experiences pain and discomfort in his right thumb. The Sixers are leading that series 3-0, so we'll see if he can play tomorrow. The Grizzlies are leading 2-1 as well. Came back in with a 42-12 run in the last minutes of the game there. And here comes the Heat. Kyle Lowry with the ball. Largest lead of the series for the Hawks, 6 points in the third game. Duncan Robinson from 3. He gets fouled. Here we go. He doubted the first time. He didn't doubt this time. And I think it's the second 3-point foul for Kevin Huerter. Earlier in the game, Max Strus got called on a foul as well. Let me see. Well, he just touched it in the leg. The same thing happened on Max Strus early. I mean, to me, that's not a foul, but it is what it is. These are the rules. So 3 free throws for Duncan Robinson, who's getting his first points out the game. 3 for the Heat. 3-point lead for the Hawks. All right, here we go. 3 points for Duncan Robinson. His Hawks ball. Great defense by Hero. Bogdanovich gets out of it. Fast break now. Adebayo stops him. Ooh, good pass by Bogdanovich. And it's 2 points. Easy points for Hunter. Or for Wright. Who was it? I think it was Wright. Bam Adebayo now with the ball. Kyle Lowry. Kyle Lowry to his right, then to his left. He goes for 3. Short for Kyle Lowry, I think. We're going to review the stats for the Heat, but it's a slow start from 3 for the Miami Heat. These are the 2 best teams from the 3-point line in the season. So it's weird that they're not scoring a lot of points from that area so far. Neither of them. Tyler Hero from the elbow. Here he comes. 2 more points for Hero. Here comes our Hero. 39-36 for the Hawks. 6 minutes to go. And Hunter gets called on an offensive foul. It should be an assist for Bam Adebayo. So, second assist for Bam. Tyler Hero, 11 minutes, 8 points, 3 for 6 from the field goal. Gallinari back in. Hunter out. Tomara que o hit. All right, Hero with the ball. Back to Lowry. Here we go. Second game of the series. The Heat down by 3. Here comes Hero. Pick and roll with Bam Adebayo to the corner. Tucker. Lowry. Hero who attacked the rim. 2 points for Tyler Hero. It's 39-38. Oh, and here's a foul. Another foul by Duncan Robinson. Same concept. Hand in the lower back of Gallinari. We're seeing the rotation from the Heat. It was PJ Tucker passing on the 3, Kyle Lowry passing on the 3, and then giving the ball to Tyler Hero to attack the rim and get 2 more points. So Hero is getting hot. We talked about who could have been the hot hand for the Heat in this third game. And in the beginning, it was Jimmy Butler, but right now it's Tyler Hero. 20.8 points per game during the regular season. He will win, or hopefully he should win, the 6th Man of the Year. Gallinari gets a point. The Milwaukee Bucks against the Chicago Bulls game is just starting. Here comes Lowry by himself. He misses another one. So not a good start for the Heat from the 3-point line. Or here comes bad defense for Lowry. No rotation and another open shot. Catch and go for DeLon Wright. All right, here comes Hero. Pass from Lowry. He gets back. Asks for help. Bam Adebayo. Hero to Strus. Back to Hero. Misses short. Trae Young with the rebound. Here we go. Long 3 for Trae Young. And first 3 of the night for Trae Young. It's a 5-point advantage now. Well, it was 8. But now the Heat with the ball. Kyle Lowry to Hero. To Bam Adebayo. Here comes. Elbow jumper. He misses. Gallinari with Lowry, who has 3 fouls. Bogdanovic from 3. And that's a 3 for Bogdanovic. He's been the best player, I think. He's changed this game. 10 straight points for the Hawks. Here we go. Tyler Hero to Kyle Lowry. Open Strus. And he goes with the 3-pointer. So the Hawks are up by 8 points. John Collins to Gallinari for 3. And the Hawks are cooking. Another 3. And this is the team that we were expecting. A lot of 3s. Here comes Max Strus. Ooh, in and out. Bad luck there. Trae Young, another long 3. Misses this one. Rebound for Bam Adebayo. Back to Kyle Lowry. Hero for 3. That's a 3 for Tyler Hero. It's a 52-44 advantage for the Atlanta Hawks. The best minutes for the Hawks in this series. Deep 3, 1 deep 3 for Trae Young. But you know who has been doing damage? Bogdanovic. Let me see. I think it's 12 points from the bench. Let me check real quick. 9 points, 3 rebounds, 6 assists. He's just been money. Gallinari is leading the team with 11. Herder has 9. Only 6 points for Trae Young, but I think Bogdanovic is who's changing this game so far. Ronald Fonte saying, we knew the Hawks would come out with energy. He just need to weather the storm. Yeah, and going back to the Heat, let me see, because they've missed so many threes today. They are 5 for 20 so far. So 25% from three. I mean, there's a little bit of the difference as well. It's Kyle Lowry 1 for 4. Jimmy Butler missed the only one. PJ Tucker missed his only one. Max Strus 1 for 4. Tyler Hero 3 for 6 from 3. So out of the 5 threes that the Heat has made so far, 3 are coming from Tyler Hero. And then 0 for 1 for Duncan Robinson. Gabe Vincent 0 for 3. 3 points for Duncan Robinson, 3 free throws, 4 points for Dwayne Dedmon, 13 points for Tyler Hero, who's leading the team so far in this third game of the series. All right, what do you guys think? Let's read your comments. I know a lot of you are here. Right now we have 153 people on. So thank you to all of you that have stayed here and that are enjoying the game along with me. I think this is fun. What do you guys think? Should I continue doing it or not really? Na sua opinião, qual é o melhor jogador da liga? Eu acho que o Steph Curry. O Steph Curry. Como é que você fala? O Steph Curry. O Steph Curry, né? I think Steph Curry is the best player of the league right now. I don't know. Maybe Ja Morant could be another one. Devin Booker is there, but he's injured right now. Antetokounmpo is there as well. All right, let's check out how's the score. I think the Marlins are losing right now 1-0 against Atlanta in the top of the fifth. Top of the fifth for the Miami Marlins. All right, we're back. The Miami Heat losing 52-46 right now. In the other game being played right now, the Bucks are up 17-9 against the Chicago Bulls. That series is 1-1 as well. So good defense for the Heat to open up after that timeout. A missed 3 for Gallinari, an out of bounds play. 11 points for Jimmy Butler in the first quarter. Nothing here in the second. So Tyler Hero is now leading the team. Tucker with the ball back to Hero. Hero attacks the rim, stops, jumps, and 2 more. It's 15 points for Tyler Hero, who's carrying the team right now. Less than 2 minutes to go in the first half. Here comes the Hawks. And another 2-pointer from DeAndre Hunter. Here comes the Heat. Gabe Vincent attacking the rim. And he misses an and one. Not a good start for Gabe Vincent from the 3-point line. But here a foul on Trae Young, who's asking for a travel, I guess. So 54-48 for the Hawks. 54-49 for the Hawks now after the free throw by Gabe Vincent. 1:47 to go. Trae Young with the ball. Tyler Hero's guarding him, and he gets that reaching foul. A veteran player from the young Trae Young. A rip through. So, and he goes to the line. So Hero is paying for it. All right, so 10-point advantage for the Hawks. 1 minute 29 to go. Ronald Fonte says, let's finish the first half strong. I'm sure Spo will have adjustments for the second half. Our transition defense is not looking great. Yes, not looking great so far. And the Hawks are getting a little bit hotter now from 3. Trae Young, the last assist to John Collins, who made that 3. So the Hawks are better now. The Hawks are winning so far. Yes, to our friend Fit Fat. And here comes the Heat. Tyler Hero with the ball. With Vincent back to Hero. Here comes PJ Tucker. Gallinari on him for 3. And that's a miss. You know who's disappeared also? Bam Adebayo. I haven't seen him in a while. All right, here we go. Jimmy Butler gets fouled. He's going to the line. No, my bad. Oh, another turnover for the Heat. Not taking care of the ball. Oh, what a block by Jimmy Butler. Vincent almost travels to Bam in the paint, and he gets 2 points. 59-51. And here comes another foul on Trae Young. Oh my God. Gabe Vincent says he didn't even touch it. Jimmy Butler complains about something in his hand. And here we go. John Collins celebration. He's drinking something in a can and getting it off his shoulder. And it's Trae Young from the 3-point free throw line for a couple of more points. Last seconds of the first half. Here in a second, we're going to have the analysis from our friends on 5 on the floor. Here in a second, coming to you. And here comes all right, here we go. Max Strus from 3. And he makes it. So a 3-pointer for Max Strus. Here comes Gabe Vincent on Trae Young. Trae Young with the ball. Double teamed. Butler and Vincent on the ball. Here comes Bogdanovic to Young. Young. Bam Adebayo on him. Collins with PJ Tucker on. Collins gets past PJ Tucker, but he can't get past Bam Adebayo. Last play of the first half. Jimmy Butler. Oh, that should have been a foul. And he's blocked by Bogdanovic. And it looked like Bogdanovic rolled his ankle. So the end of the first half is 61-54 for the Hawks. 15 points by Tyler Hero. 10 for Trae Young. Everybody complaining. Trae Young is complaining. Eric Spoelstra is complaining. A lot of people complaining after the first half. And this is not looking pretty right now. Let me see who is going live right now. Not enough from the rest of the team. Good first half from Jimmy Butler and from our friend Tyler Hero. Let's review real fast some of the numbers from this first half. For the Heat, It's Tyler Hero with 15 points, 3 rebounds, 3 assists, 6 for 12 from the field goals, 3 for 7 from 3, no trips to the free throw line. And then Jimmy Butler, 11 points, all of them in the first quarter, 6 rebounds, 4 assists, 1 steal, 1 block, and what a block that was. 4 for 8 from the field goals, 0 for 2 from 3-point line, 3 for 3 from the free throw line. 8 points for Bam Adebayo, 5 rebounds, 2 assists, 1 steal, 4 for 6. We want to see a more aggressive Bam for sure. No points for PJ Tucker, 2 rebounds, 3 assists, 3 points only for Kyle Lowry, 1-3. That was the only basket for him in the first half. 2 assists, and that's about it. From the bench, besides the Heroes' 15 points, it's 4 for Dwayne Dedman, 3 for Robinson, 3 for Vincent. Both Vincent and Robinson getting those 3 points on the free throw line. Vincent with a 2 and 1, and Robinson with a 3-pointer. He got fouled by Herder and went to the free throw line. Max Strus, 7 points, 1 assist. He's 2 for 5 from the field, 2 for 5. All of the shots have been 3-pointers. So that's about it. We're looking for the pace and spaces from our friends, from our guys on the 5 Reasons YouTube channel. And here we're going to come. É comum ter brasileiros na live? Tem 1, 2, 3, 4 por aí sempre. Fábio, você é bem-vindo. Tu vir sempre. Aí tá o Diego. Diego Rodrigues. But now we're going with the Pace and Spaces halftime show. Coming to you on the 5 Reasons YouTube channel. Here we go.
Couple more seconds here, folks. I'm trying to see if one of the calls is short. All right, let's get it going. As people join in, we can talk to them then. What is going on, guys? Welcome to Pace and Spaces. I'm your host, Tony Schwartz, NBA. I'm joined by a panel of familiar faces, a bunch of people that you should follow. Your Miami Heat are trailing the Atlanta Hawks at Atlanta in Peachtree, 61-54. Miami shooting 43% from the field, Atlanta shooting 54%. 26% from three tonight, 35% from Atlanta. So not a lot of shots falling. Rebounds are pretty close, 19-22 in favor of Atlanta tonight. Assist numbers looking right, steals numbers looking about the same. A lot of even play as far as statistic goes, but Atlanta showing just a little more effort on the glass, especially down the stretch there in that second quarter, and definitely making a few more shots tonight. Brian, you've noticed a theme lately with Miami. You're chanting about it every now and again, but you're not satisfied with how many times they're driving the lanes right now. I'm sure you don't just want players recklessly attacking the lane. What are you seeing from Miami in this first half that you're picking up, that you're noticing them go to a little too often?
I think the main thing, kind of similar to last game, where I felt like they were driving and kicking a little bit too much when they should drive with the intent to try to finish more often. Today, we're seeing them settle for too many jumpers. They've shot already 23 threes in this first half, and I think Atlanta has something like 13 or 14 or something along those lines. They're settling for too many jumpers. I think that's the main thing here. The defense, I'm not too worried about if I'm looking at it from the perspective of whether or not they're going to get stops. But the main thing for me is just driving with intent and driving to try to finish as opposed to driving to kick. Because you're seeing guys get into the lane, they're getting into that sweet spot in the paint, and then they're looking to just kick it out to a shooter. And they're getting good looks from three, don't get me wrong. Like, they should hit some more of those. But you need to put in that fear factor on the inside and try to drive, get contact, try to get to the line or finish at the rim. then some more of those shots will be even more open down the stretch, and you can hit some more of those threes. So I think they need a more well-balanced attack offensively instead of just looking for shooters as often as they are.
Yeah, to that point, Miami right now shooting 51% of their shot profile coming from three tonight, and you were right, they're shooting 23 threes, only making 6 of those. The looks have been pretty good, though, but there is just an element of what we can create on the interior of Atlanta's defense, and Jimmy Butler's kind of exploited that these last 2 games. Jay, man, what are you seeing from Miami tonight? Where do you think they're going to end up in the second half?
You know, it's very interesting. Normally, that whole entire, Jimmy plays until like 5 minutes left in the first and then subs out for Tyler. That didn't happen. Jimmy played the whole entire first half of the first quarter, which is weird because that normally doesn't really happen. And then had Tyler playing with him. Oh, and then I think they sat down either Bam or Kyle. It was one of the two. It was strange. And I think, a lot of people are saying, well, why isn't Jimmy scoring right now? I mean, for good reason. I mean, you're riding a Tyler Hero hot hand, and it is what it is. We know how that can go. I don't think it's going to carry on into the next, half. To be real with you, I think just like the other game, that was their best. That was the best the Hawks have looked, and that was their best first half. And credit to them. It was a great shooting barrage that they had, and we're only down 7. I honestly, at some point, I thought we were going to be down by 20 with the amount of shots they were hitting. I mean, everyone was clicking. Everyone was hitting shots. Trey is still not doing anything. I mean, he made one big 3 from like goddamn, 30 feet, from whatever. But other than that, hasn't done shit. I don't think this is going to be one of those types of games where it's like, oh my God, this is the game. No, it's not. I think Miami's losing it. I don't think Milwaukee, Jesus Christ. I don't think Atlanta's winning. I just think Miami's losing it. And I think they just got to, get back together. It'll be all right. And I think, got to have a nice, strong Jimmy game coming up next.
Yeah, Atlanta got up double digits twice, once in the first quarter, once in the second. Miami kept their composure, never let go of the rope. And Tyler Hero's shot making is definitely a huge part of that. Ray, man, that boy's starting to cook. Tyler's starting to come on, and I don't want to let this halftime show go without saying something about just how incredible he's looking tonight after 2 games of not being involved.
Run me my money. No, seriously, he does look a whole lot better than the past 2 games. He's definitely getting a lot of assists. There's been a couple times that he's thrown some lobs. He threw a sky-high lob at Jimmy, which everyone was like, why did he throw it that high? But he had to throw it over the rim. So we've come to find out Jimmy has a 45-inch vertical in the playoffs, so it's fine. He got another one to Bam earlier in the game. He looks fine. Honestly, I kind of agree with I agree with Jay. They're just kind of playing like beanheads. Like it's not bad. It's not terrible. It's just tighten your shit up. Like it's the same thing with game 2. It's the same thing with game 1. Well, not even game 1, but yeah, game 2. Just tighten your shit up. When you go into the second half, Spo always makes the correct adjustments. As long as the guys execute, we should be fine. However, there is one thing I need to say concerning somebody that I feel is actually not performing well, and it's Kyle. This is like the 9th straight quarter in a row. I've watched him kind of do something really, really bean-headed. He looked a lot better in the second half or the second quarter, but the 2 early fouls I don't like. And then he looks like in the middle. He looks like he did it kind of in the beginning of the season where he was just trying to find his place in the offense. And it's like, this is not what I need from you right now, Kyle. So I kind of expect him to really try to step his game up in the second quarter or in the second half. I don't really see the Hawks doing anything too crazy to like make this game something that we can't win. I mean, once again, it just goes back to what I said earlier. Tighten it up, quit playing like beanheads, and let's get this money because I got a $50 free bet on you assholes. Go Heat.
Yeah, Miami right now ending 15.7% of their possessions in forced turnovers. So that's something you don't want to see too often. But I do feel like a lot of those turnovers are at least happening when the players are trying to create something going downhill. Greg, Miami right now, not out of this game, obviously, playing their way, keeping the rope in hand, never letting Atlanta get too far ahead, stopping the runs. What do you expect to see out of them? What have you seen out of this first half?
Oh no, we're down 7. Let's everyone start panicking. panic. Who should we trade first, y'all? I think because Jimmy took the second quarter off.
Bam. We should trade Bam. You should go.
Bam. Come on, man. You know, you're the third option. You have the third most points and the third most field goal attempts, but you're obviously not, there's something wrong with Bam. Let's pick apart the team because the 8th seed on the ropes in their home court is up 7 at halftime. People need to relax, learn to meditate, drink some water, walk in grass, do something because, this is what a home team in their first home playoff game is supposed to do. So I don't know. I think everyone should take deep breaths in through the nose, out through the mouth, do whatever you need to do, get in your good space, maybe guzzle some Jaeger, whatever you like to do, but don't stress. They're fine. This happens in every playoff series. I would encourage everyone to go back to your favorite Big 3 team that was unbeatable and look at those first round series and those second round series. Did they win every game? Did they sweep every team? Were they up at halftime every game? Absolutely fucking not. So just relax. Culture shall prevail. But I really wish Duncan Robinson won't play any minutes in the second half. I'm done.
I'm right there with you. And I think that a Caleb adjustment, I think somebody else tweeted this out earlier, but a Caleb adjustment is probably coming just to get some more energy and effort from that forward position, that stretch spot, especially when Devin has to take minutes today. Daryl, I'm talking about stretch fours. We're talking about Bam. You going to bring up the name, man? What's happening?
No, you kind of stole my thunder. I don't really understand why we're not playing Caleb. I don't know who was talking about we're not getting into the lane, but I think Gabe's not playing bad, but he's just holding the ball too damn long, in my opinion. Honestly, Caleb is our slasher, and I agree, we're not getting to the rim as much. And Tyler plays well with Caleb too because he has a slasher with him. I wish we would see a little bit more Caleb minutes than we would Gabe, to be honest with you, and let Hero handle the ball more. I'm not going to bitch about Bam. I just think he's just not playing well, but whatever. It is what it is. But I just want to see more Caleb, to be honest with you.
And to be clear, I think when we criticize or talk about Bam, and I don't want to put words in your mouth so you can speak, but he's defensively, he's locked in tonight. He had one of the best baseline denials I've seen early in that first quarter on John Collins. Just didn't let his ass go nowhere. But the rolls to the basket, some of them just are coming off a little weak with effort tonight.
He's just I can't stand when they give him the ball at the top of the key and he's running and he stops. He stops, he does the pump fake. Stop with the pump fake shit. Just get the ball and go. It's 2 steps and put the ball in. It's just you want to be respected as a big time player in a big time playoffs. Yes, you're not playing bad. You're playing great defensively. That's all great. But at the end of the day, this is a crappy team. I don't want to keep seeing this as we go along. He needs to learn to impose his will. And if you want to be considered an all-star, you have to learn to do that. This crap of I'm going to take 4 shots in a playoff game needs to stop. He just needs to be more impactful on the offensive side.
More yurt, less Bam. That's what Daryl's talking about, right?
No, that's not what I'm talking about at all. I'm talking about Bam being impactful on the offensive end. He's not being impactful.
But Daryl, he's guarding 1 through 5, bro.
That's great.
That's we're not. To be real though, trust me, I'm here with you, right? But at the same time, I don't want Bam to be shooting shots right now, right? This is not the series for that. It's just not. This is a series for Jimmy, Tyler, and Duncan, Max, for them to go off. This is a series where we can have Bam go ahead and guard 1 through 5 and give us all that defense, right?
You can have that defense, but listen, when you're on a full run and somebody gives you the damn ball and there's a small guy in front of you and you stop the pump fake, that's bullshit.
It's not always a small guy. I know what play you're talking about, but it's not always a small guy. Sometimes he has a fucking wall on him. What do you expect him to do?
Hey, can I just want to say something really
needs quick. To be more impactful, man. 4 shots is not enough for me. That's just you want to be considered an all-star.
I mean, I can understand 4 shots is not enough. I get you.
It's not enough.
Go ahead, Ray, and then I want to get over to Zach, and I want to get over to Very Smart Casual. But go ahead, Ray, real quick.
Really quick, I just want to say this. Greg mentioned this earlier, that maybe you should go take a shot. And he suggested Jaeger. If you take shots of Jaeger, you're a war criminal. That's all I have to say. I'm sorry. I've been waiting to say that this entire time. You're a war criminal if you take Jaeger shots. I'm sorry. I'm making sure you guys heard.
I do need y'all to stop taking fireball shots. Like, that's something that you should do in this economy. Please do better for yourself.
Bam just dunked the ball for those one during.
Very, very smart casual. Go ahead, man. Give me what you got. 30 seconds and we're up clear out the show.
We're struggling on offense. Duncan is struggling on defense. Can we please see Victor Oladipo in the second half? That's all I got.
Vertical rim pressure might be needed from somebody, but I think it's going to be Caleb, my man. I don't think it's going to be Victor. All right, guys. Second half, Miami Heat basketball. Let's go get them. Go Heat.
All right. We are back for the second half. I hope you enjoyed the halftime show. Here we go. Hopefully a good start for the Miami Heat in the first couple of minutes. For all of you asking for more aggressiveness from Bam Adebayo, hopefully we can get more from him. Right now, the scoring leaders for the Heat: Tyler Hero 15 points, Jimmy Butler only 11. All of those 11 came in the first quarter, I'm sorry. So here we go. O Patrick adorou até aqui. Good. I'm glad you're liking it. We're going to do this often. Max Strus with a 3. So he starts the second half hot. Hopefully he stays this way. Max Strus gives the Heat 3 more points. So he's actually been almost the only threat from 3 today. And here comes Young. No, not Young. A rebound for Jimmy Butler. The Miami Heat playing good defense to start the second half. Kyle Lowry to PJ Tucker. Back to Lowry. Fakes a 3. A foul by Collins. They're calling it. Let me see if it's a shot or not. Seja bem-vindo de volta, narrador. My name is Alejandro. Meu nome é Alejandro. Mi nombre es Alejandro Villegas. Let me see something here. Let me see if we can do this. No, not this one. Maybe this one. Here we go. Well, never mind. So here's my handle. If you want to reach out, please, you can reach out right there. Here comes pass to Jimmy Butler. Oh, he should have gone for that basket right there. Try to pass it to PJ Tucker, and then was deflected out of bounds. All right, Miami Heat ball. Jimmy Butler on it. He has Hunter on. Let's see what happens. All right, here we go. Now it's Jimmy Butler. What's going on here? I don't know. The refs are complaining about 2 feet to the right or 2 feet to the left. Who cares? Just play ball. All right, here it comes. Bam Adebayo. John Collins on him. That was a foul in the first half. Not called here. Adebayo back to, no. He gets it to Strus. Goes for 3. Nothing. And they're going to call a foul on Bam Adebayo. On Collins. Oh, I thought it was going to be called on Bam Adebayo. They were both holding each other. The Hawks are complaining. The fans not happy. Let me see the replay. I mean, they were both holding each other, but I see Collins, how he wrapped. Collins' left arm wrapped Bam's right arm, so they are right. Of course, late in the game, it looked like a Bam foul, but it was a Collins foul. All right, here comes Butler from the elbow. That's 2 points for the Heat. The Heat are coming back. It's 63-61 right now. In the third quarter, 9:38 to go. A lot of game left. PJ Tucker on Trae Young. Here comes to his left. Tucker stops him. Young, he's going to miss it. Yes. Recovered by Bam Adebayo. Lob to Butler. Oh, they miss it. That's a turnover and an easy 2 for Kevin Huerter. So bad break there for the Heat. They had the momentum going, but a bad pass for Kyle Lowry, and then Jimmy trying to get it back. Maybe next time just let it go through the end line, and that'll be it. But kept it in play, and it was ball for the Hawks. Kyle Lowry misses a three. 1 for 5 for Kyle Lowry from the three-point line. Trae Young now with the ball. PJ Tucker on him. Ooh, Young open. Short. Up. Max Strus to Kyle Lowry. Lowry to Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler. He has Bam right there. Here comes. Oh, pass to Max Strus, who cut to the basket and gets a two-pointer. So the first 2 points on the paint for Max Strus is 65-63 with 8:16 to go here in the third quarter. Collins, Gallinari fakes it, goes to the paint, goes past Adebayo. Then, drives, and this should be an offensive foul. No, they're calling a defensive foul on Max Strus. It looked like Hunter ran over Max Strus. Let's watch the replay. Let's see here. Well, they're actually showing PJ Tucker not letting Trae Young go by. And it's going to be a side inbound for the Hawks. Here it comes. Herder. Bam Adebayo on him. All right. Collins gets the ball. It's Kyle Lowry on him. He gets help. Hunter open. He goes for three, and it's a three-pointer for the Hawks. Kyle Lowry needed help in the paint. Hunter was open, and he hits a three. The Hawks way better from the three-point line in this game. We'll check the stats here in a second, and they're calling a foul, an offensive foul on Bam Adebayo. John Collins going down. He's calling the fans out. Let's get some noise. It looked like a flop according to JJ Redick. Let me see here. All right, let's see. Here comes the play. Bam Adebayo attacking the rim. And I think he was moving, actually. But it's a call. And now they are calling another foul on Collins. PJ Tucker now. So Collins getting a lot of love from the referees. Well, it is what it is. The Hawks complaining in the second game of the series. The refs are doing their thing this game. All right, it's Strus on Trae Young. He's going to attack. All right, Bam Adebayo, double team. Here it comes, and it is out of bounds. Great play by the Heat. Max Strus and Bam Adebayo with the double team on defense. The ball rolled out, and it was Adebayo, the last one to touch it. Let me see. Yes, it was him. So that's a Hawks ball. 8 seconds to go. (68-63) for the Hawks. Playing great defense, the Heat here against the Hawks. Kyle Lowry reaches, and that should be a steal on Kyle Lowry. What a great defensive play there. Kyle Lowry attacks the basket now, gives it to PJ Tucker, a little floater, and it's 68-65 for PJ Tucker, the first 2 points of the game. This has been a playoff game. Here we go. Now we are having fun. Third quarter, a best version of the Heat. 5 on the floor are the 5 starters. He goes for a three, and he misses. Here comes Kyle Lowry. Max Strus for the tie. And it's good. 68-68. Alonzo Mourning likes it. Pat Riley doesn't even move, but the Heat are in business. They are winning this third quarter by 7 points, and this game is tied. Max Strus with a great start of the second half. Let's check our box score, and let's read some of the comments first as we go. Here we go. Patrick and Fabio, the only two writing in the comments. For all of you, the rest of you, please comment here so we can talk about what's going on right now. All right. Let's check the box score because Max Strus has been the best offensive version of this team so far. It's not even close. So let's check here the box score real fast. All right, it is 13 points for Butler. He had 2 to begin this third quarter. Max Strus now with 15. He actually had 1 free throw to start the game and 1-2 here in this quarter. So 4 threes for Max Strus. He's 4 for 8 from the 3-point line. And he is one of the leaders, or actually, let me see. He's right there with Tyler Hero. Hero is not right now on the court. The 5 on the floor are the 5 starters: Jimmy Butler, PJ Tucker, Bam Adebayo, Max Strus, and Kyle Lowry. Thank you to all of you that are still here with us in the third quarter. This has been a fun game to watch. And for all of you that are not part of the 5 Reasons family, please subscribe, give it a thumbs up, and follow us. Here, this is my handle. And here's the network's handle in case you want to follow us. All right, here we go. Third quarter, 68-68. 6 minutes and 30. All right, we continue here on the 5 Reasons YouTube channel. Thank you for being with us today. O hit mais acordado para o terceiro período. Yeah, I'm speaking in English now. Esse aí é o time que a gente tem visto no resto da temporada, né? Então não é surpresa. These two are the 2 best teams in the league, talking about 3-pointers. So the Hawks, they were gonna get heated at some point, and the Heat, they just had a terrible game, but it's getting better now thanks to Max Strus beginning in the second half. So here we come. Just misses, and it's a rebound for Kyle Lowry. Back to Bam Adebayo. Bam goes. Bam continues. PJ Tucker, corner 3. Here we go. Short. Oh, rebound. Long rebound. Adebayo has it. Back to Lowry from 3. Here we go. Kyle Lowry. First lead of the Heat since the second quarter. That was a bad luck shot by the Hawks there. Gallinari got that ball hit off his heel. Then back to Bam, and an assist from Bam Adebayo to Kyle Lowry from the floor. 3-pointer for Kyle Lowry. 2 for 6 for Lowry from the 3-point line. The Heat winning by 3 now. Gallinari in the ball. Bam Adebayo. Here it comes. Double team. Shot clock by 5, 4. Ooh, and that's Hawks ball. It just touched Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Hunter. Hunter had it in the paint. And it's 3.2 seconds to go in this possession for the Hawks. It's Trae Young in the ball to Gallinari. Corner shot. He misses. Rebound by PJ Tucker. Back to Jimmy Butler. Bam Adebayo. Max Strus. Pick and roll doesn't work. PJ Tucker now on the screen. In the corner going in. Back to Kyle Lowry. Kyle Lowry to PJ Tucker from the 3-point line. Floater. And it's in. So 5-point lead for the Miami Heat. The bench celebrating. And it's still PJ Tucker on Trae Young. Here comes Trae Young to his left. Can't go past him. Bam Adebayo helps. Nothing to do for Young there. Switch. Herder from 3. He misses. The Hawks are getting called in the worst moment for them. Max Strus from 3. Here we go. He misses. Kyle Lowry battles the rebound with Trae Young. He misses. Collins gets it. Hunter to the corner to Herder. Herder ball. And it's Bam Adebayo on Kevin Herder. Hero, it's cheering. Oh, here it comes. Pass in. And great job by Kyle Lowry. Gallinari is complaining that was a foul. But that was just a bad pass. And great anticipation there from Kyle Lowry. He read the pass. And Lowry didn't touch it. He just was there in his way. And it's a 5-point lead for the Heat. In the other game, the Bucks are just beating the Bulls by 3 points. And here it comes. That was a corner 3 by Max Strus, but they called a foul before that on Kevin Herder. Eric Spoelstra smiles. Yeah, and that was right before Strus started his motion. Let me see. That was a shove. And that's a foul. So PJ Tucker to the free throw line. And here we go. Miami Heat up by 5 with 4:23 to go. PJ Tucker makes the first. Talking smack to one of the Atlanta Hawks defenders there. This game is really interesting right now. The Heat are up by 6. PJ Tucker with another free throw. Here we go. Good basket. Tucker talking back to Collins. And here we go. PJ Tucker on Trae Young. Young to his right, double team. Back to Gallinari. Long 2. They miss it. Here we go. Rebound for Bam Adebayo. Kyle Lowry now with the ball. The fans say, Gallinari, you got this. I don't know if he has it. Back to Bam Adebayo. That's a foul down there. And it's going to be a foul on Bogdan Bogdanovic. The Hawks are getting desperate. Not a good run for them. And that's a foul. So great start of the third quarter for the Miami Heat. No teams have been back from a 0-3 deficit in the NBA history in the playoffs. So if the Heat gets this one, it's almost over. The 4th game of the series will be on Sunday. Remember, for all of you that live in Miami, we're going to be in Quarterdeck in Davie. So make sure you go there and share with us if you live close by in the Davie area. Please go ahead and join us there in that watch party. All right, Bogdanovic now with the ball. They took it off Trae Young's hand. Here comes Collins, and now to Young's hand. Ooh, alley-oop. And Collins just missed it. It's now 4-on-4. Tyler Hero, PJ Tucker, and Collins now coming back. Bam Adebayo himself. Back to PJ Tucker, and that's 2 points for the Miami Heat. 79-68 now for the Heat. 16-0 run for the Miami Heat right now, and that's a foul on Trae Young. PJ Tucker gets heated. He complains about the call. Let it go. That's what Eric Spoelstra is saying. PJ Tucker is not happy about the call, but it's an 11-point advantage for the Heat. Remember, they were losing by 7 at the end of the first half. Oh, that's a awful pass by the Hawks. Open floor dunk for Max Strus. So that's a 13-point advantage. 18-0 run in the last 4:45 for the Heat. And this is getting away from the Hawks really quick. Trae Young with a logo three, nothing. Tyler Hero with the rebound. Here comes our hero. Adebayo on Tyler Hero. Tyler Hero back to the basket. That's a foul. And let's see if that's an and one because he got called. Yes, that's an and one. So that's a foul. I mean, Hero shot the ball, but the foul was on Bam Adebayo. So they're going to check it out. And that's a 20-0 run by the Miami Heat. Yeah, that looked like a little bit of a shove. Okongwu on Bam Adebayo. So it's 83-68 right now for the Heat. What a great comeback for the Miami Heat in this third quarter. Brian That Killer says, comeback season, let's go Heat. Shaq is at the Heat game. PJ Tucker defense is fire. We on fire, says our friend Sherry Williams. I'm back. Max Strus makes 2-foot shot. Ian, you left. And now the Heat is up by 15 points. What's up with that? Brian the Killer says they haven't made a single point in 6 or 7 minutes. Well, according to the Hawks, ESPN is about 5 minutes and so. So, yes, you're close to it. Let's go. Ron Baker's happy with it. Damn. Ronald Fonte says, I like how we're playing. Good defense leading to great offense. PJ Tucker is locked in. Tyler Hero makes a driving layup. Ian, you're a little bit late now. It's a 20-0 run right now. And here comes Man Face Man. Says, do you think Raptors will win one game? I don't know. Do the Hawks have any timeouts left? Let's go Heat, says our friend Jermaine King. Thank you very much to all of you that are joining us in this hangout. We are for sure having a lot of fun. We are loving it. Thank you very much. The Miami Heat is winning. This has been a one-way game in the third quarter. That's for sure. The Heat avoided a very long or made it a close game, and now they are just blowing their doors off. Heat full timeout. Can Jimmy Butler score more than 24? Let's review the Bucks score right now. With 2 minutes and 48 seconds to go in the third quarter. Right now, it's Max Strus with 17 points, the same points that Tyler Hero has. Tyler Hero with 4 rebounds and 4 assists. Jimmy Butler is with 13 points, 6 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals, 1 block. So a collective effort there. 12 points for Bam Adebayo. He already has a double-double. He has 10 rebounds, 5 assists, 3 steals. PJ Tucker has 8 points. He's gotten hot in this third quarter. And here we go. Bam Adebayo, PJ Tucker, Kyle Lowry, and the Miami Heat defense has Trae Young locked up in prison, in jail. Frank Trujillo says, third quarter, the quarter of the Heat. Ian, now you're a little bit late. Now we are ahead of you. So the third quarter has been 29 points to just 7 points for the Hawks. So 29-7 third quarter. Bam Adebayo was pushed, so he's the one going to the line. So it was a 2-point play for Tyler Hero and a foul on Bam Adebayo, so he's the one going to the line. And he makes it. So that's 13 points for Bam. 84-68 for the Heat right now. 21-0 run in the last 5 minutes and 10 seconds. Trae Young with the ball. Bogdan Bogdanovic, that's a travel by Bogdanovic. This game is just getting away from the Hawks. Forget about it. Forget about this series. This looks like it's over. 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go. 21-0 run in the last 5 minutes and 30 seconds. PJ Tucker to Bam Adebayo in the elbow. Here we go. Adebayo back to Hero. 2 seconds to go. Hero attacks the basket. And that's a block by Okongwu. That's going to be a shot clock violation. So great defense there by Okongwu. That was the only shot Tyler Hero had with 1 second left. And that's it for the Heat. So Hawks ball now. Bogdanovic has Max Strus on him. There's a shoe right there. Who's that shoe? It's Kyle Lowry's shoe. All right, here it comes. And finally, a three-pointer for the Hawks. It's Hunter. Spoelstra had to ask for a timeout because Kyle Lowry's shoe was on the court. So it's 84-71 right now for the Heat. 21-3 run for the Heat in the last 6 minutes. Just unbelievable. And it's just hard. Really hard for the Hawks to come back from this one. But it's basketball. And there's still a quarter left to be played. So let's listen to Ethan Skolnick talk a little bit about Prize Picks.
We tell you all the time about Prize Picks, the official app of the 5 Reasons Sports Network for fantasy. Why do we use Prize Picks? Why do we recommend Prize Picks? Because it's the most fun. It's really that simple, and it's the easiest to use. Here's what you do with Prize Picks, okay? You can play NBA, NFL, MLB, NHL, MMA, golf, gaming. They do everything there. And you can pair players from different sports. So it's just up and down props, but they got a ton of them on every sport, on every team that you can imagine. And you can decide how much you want to risk. So it's not just about the money, but also, do you want to go flex play and sort of hold a little back? Okay. Or do you want to go power play and go all in? You can play 2, 3, 4, 5 players together. They offer free props all the time. That gives you like a free box that makes it easier for you. Check out prizepicks.com. But before you do, write this code down. It's FIVE for 5, FIVE. If you use that code, they will match your initial deposit up to $100. You put down $100, they're giving you $100 in free money. And you don't have to use it all at once. You could play 20 at first, 15 at first, or if you just want to put down 20 at the start and they match your 20, you can do that too. So use the code 5, FIVE. Also check out.
All right, we're back. Let's enjoy this last minute and 34 seconds of the third quarter. The Miami Heat up a great third quarter for the Heat. Max Strus in the third quarter, 10 points, 4 for 6. The Hawks in the third quarter, 10 points, 4 for 14. That's been the difference right there. Bam Adebayo attacking. And another shot clock violation by the Heat. So 2 in a row. And here we go. The Hawks trying to hold the Heat right now to finish the third quarter and trying to get back to it. It looks like those type of quarters that can define the destiny of the series. And that's a foul on Trae Young. He initiated that contact, but Bam Adebayo gets the foul. Great play by Bam. I think the foul was before. Bam reached with his right hand. That was the foul. And then Young leaned into Bam Adebayo, and they called that second foul. So 12 points for Trae Young so far, 3 for 9 from the field goal, 6 assists, and he's going to the line right now, trying to make it a 10-point game right now. He missed that one, so not a 3-point play for the Hawks. Tyler Hero jumps, gives it to Vincent for 3. He misses. Rebound for Dedmon, and that's a foul. Okongwu gets called for a foul. Third foul for Okongwu. 84-73 with 1 minute 12 to play. Dedmon grabbed the rebound, and then Okongwu grabbed his left hand, and that was a foul. I don't know why they're complaining. But the Heat is in the bonus, and Dedmon is going to the line right now. Here we go. Dwayne Dedmon. He missed the first one, so evens it up with our friend Trae Young. 7 minutes for Dwayne Dedmon, 4 points, 2 for 4 from the field goal, from the field, and 4 rebounds. Here we go. Dwayne Dedmon for the second one. He makes it. 85-73. Advantage for the Heat right now. Trae Young with the ball. Young trying to get another foul. He gets a reflection by Hero. Gets it back. Gabe Vincent on him. Okongwu helps. Oh, good pass. Good pass to Young. And that's an assist for Trae Young. So 10-point difference now. Gabe Vincent with the ball. Gives it to Tyler Hero. And that's a foul on Vincent. So the referee saying Gabe Vincent knocked DeLon Wright. In that play, I didn't see it that way, but it is what it is. The refs doing their thing. Bogdanovich tacks the rim. Nothing short. That floater, he was by himself. He missed it. Tyler Hero now. 34 seconds to go. Dedmon. Hero for 3. Misses. Bogdanovich with the rebound. He went for the 2 for 1. Trae Young's attacking, and he gets fouled by Dedmon, in my opinion. Let's see if it was Caleb Martin. By the way, Caleb Martin is in. Let's see the replay right now. Oh, no, this is the assist to DeLon Wright. But it looked like a foul on Okongwu. Nothing. All right, PJ Tucker out of the game. Vincent is in. Hero's in. Butler's in. Caleb Martin is out. Duncan Robinson goes in for the last play of the third quarter. Trae Young in the first half, 10 points. In the second quarter, 4 points now. All right, last play of the third quarter. Here we go. 85-77. Jimmy Butler, the Hawks with a 9-1 run in the last 2 minutes and 34 seconds. So a great run by the Heat and a good run by the Hawks to end this third quarter. Here comes Butler. Trae Young on him. Vincent with another open 3. In and out. Butler gets it. Another 3, and he misses. So it's going to be 85-77 at the end of the third quarter. 31-16 this quarter for the Heat. 11-4-22 from the field for the 3. A great third quarter, and the Heat has the 8-point advantage going into the fourth quarter. Right now, Tyler Hero with 17 points, Strus with 17 points, Bam Adebayo and Jimmy Butler both with 13 points each. 10 rebounds for Adebayo, 7 for Jimmy Butler, 5 assists for both Butler and Adebayo. PJ Tucker, 8 points, 4 rebounds, 3 assists, and a great defensive quarter on Trae Young. Max Strus also with 17 points, 1 rebound, 1 assist. Kyle Lowry with 6 points, 4 rebounds, 5 assists. So far, Tyler Hero, 17 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists. Besides Tyler Hero from the bench, Gabe Vincent 3 points. He just missed another open 3. It feels like, let me see how many threes he's shot today. 5. He's missed all of them. At least 3 or 4 of them have been wide open. Duncan Robinson, I think he hasn't played much in the second half. 9 minutes only. 3 points, 2 rebounds, and that's about it. Dwayne Dedmon, 5 points, 2 rebounds. Caleb Martin just played for a little bit less than a minute in this third quarter. No Victor Oladipo today. I thought we were going to be seeing more from Victor Oladipo today, but that's not the case. Alan Brooks says, man, do people realize how much we need Capella? How much the Hawks need Capella, yeah. And good third quarter, says our friend Bryce Blockwell. Thank you to all of you that are here watching this game right now. Well, not watching this game with us, but listening to our comments so far. For those of you in another Miami-Atlanta matchup, the Braves are beating the Marlins 1-0 in the bottom of the 7th. That's in SunTrust Park. And the Bucks are beating the Bulls 60-41 at halftime in the other NBA playoff game that it's being played right now. Later tonight, the Suns will be facing the Pelicans. That game was delayed because of this game's delayed. So that's going to be starting a little bit later than it was supposed to be. If you haven't done so, please subscribe to our channel. Give it a like. Give a like to this video so we can continue growing. Leave some super chat money. Send us your donation. We appreciate it. Please. All right, let's see. Jermaine King says, you act like Capella hasn't been playing this season. You're making excuses like Capella is some superstar player. Ooh, so what do you think? Here we go. The fourth quarter has just started, and let's enjoy the last minutes of this third game of the series. Remember, as soon as this game is over, we are going to have the post-op show here on the 5 Reasons YouTube channel. It's not going to be in this particular link. It's going to be a separate one, but they're going to be doing it. All right, here we go. Gabe Vincent on the ball. Here comes. To his right, Gabe, great pass to Jimmy Butler. Nobody followed Jimmy, and that's 2 easy points, an easy basket, and an easy dunk for Jimmy Butler to start the fourth quarter. So it's a 10-point advantage for the Heat, 87-77 right now. So Kyle Lowry will not return tonight. He got injured. His leg is injured, so he's out of the rest of this game. Game 4 is going to be on Sunday, so hopefully we can see him then. Butler misses a 2-pointer from the elbow. Here we go, Bogdanovic. Bogdanovic on the ball. Back to Herter. To his left, Duncan Robinson on him. Herter gets 2. They're going on Duncan Robinson. They know that's the soft spot. And here we go. Gabe Vincent. Gabe Vincent on the ball. Back to Dedmon. From 3. That's out. Rebound for Jimmy Butler. Back to Gabe Vincent. Back to Tyler Hero. Hero. And that's good. He attacks his left. Jumps. And then what happened? No basket? Let's see. They call an offensive foul on Dedmon. They're going to review it, I guess. Let me see. That looked like the ball. It looked like the ball had already left the hand. Let's see the replay. All right. Here we go. Hero goes to his left. And he shoots it. Yeah, the ball was in the air. So, yeah. So, Dedmon fouled Bogdanovic. I mean, it looked like a basketball contact, but whatever. Okay, so it should be a 2-point possession for the Heat. And then Dedmon got called on that foul. So far, 87-79 for the Heat. The entire bench, everybody's watching the play in the Jumbotron. All right, let's see it again. Hero goes to his left. He jumps. He gets rid of the ball. And then Dedmon bumps Bogdanovic. To me, that looked like a basketball contact, but let's see. Okay, let's see what the referees say now. Okay, so 2 points for the Heat. Loose ball basket. So Dedmon gets called a foul. And it's Hawks ball, but it doesn't matter. It's 2 points for the Heat. It's just one more foul for Dwayne Dedmon. Here we go. So 89-79, 10 minutes, 29 seconds to go in the fourth quarter. The Hawks trying to survive, win their first game of this series. The Heat trying to make it a 3-0 lead. Kyle Lowry is out again. He's been ruled out of this rest of the third game of the series. And here we go. Let's see. Bogdanovich with the ball. Hunter. And he gets a late call foul. Both Duncan Robinson and Jimmy Butler complaining that Hunter was kicking out. Jimmy says, watch the leg. And we'll see. We'll see what the call is. We can see Shaquille O'Neal right there as a regular fan with his glasses and his hat facing backward. And ball doesn't lie, right? That's what basketball players say. So he misses the first shot. (66-44) the other game, the Bucks beating the Chicago Bulls. Whoever wins this series goes to face the winner of the Philadelphia Raptors series. That one is 3-0 as well, so we might have two sweeps going into the second round of the playoffs. All right, here comes Robinson from three. Open, he misses. A lot of open shots the Miami Heat has missed today. Dedmon to the basket. And he looked like he got fouled, but he gets a 2 points. So it's a 91-80 advantage for the Heat right now. Double team. Dedmon and Butler and Herter. Bogdanovich rotates. Gives it to Hunter. In the corner, he misses. Rebound for Gabe Vincent. Here we go. Gabe Vincent with the ball. He's going to be playing most of these minutes. No Victor Oladipo. No sign of him. Tyler Hero. Tyler Hero with the ball. 8 seconds left. Tyler Hero drives to his left. That's a foul. And it's a foul on Hunter. Great boxing out by Jimmy Butler and that rebound. And then a great pass and assist. So a rebound and assist there for Jimmy Butler. This has not been an impressive performance by the team or by anybody like Duncan in the first game or Butler in the second game, but it has been a great collective effort for sure. Duncan Robinson from three, and it's good. His first three of the game, and that's a 14-point lead. The Miami Heat are winning 94-80. That's a Hawks timeout. 9 minutes and 5 seconds to go in the third game of this series. All right, let's review this. So that's the first basket for Duncan Robinson. He gets to 6 points. Reviewing the bench for the Heat, Dwayne Dedmon with 7 points, 3 for Gabe Vincent, 19 for Tyler Hero. He's the leading scorer today. So maybe he could be the one. He was the one that kept the Heat alive when the Heat were struggling in the second quarter. So if you ask me who was the hero, it was Tyler Hero. And then PJ Tucker playing defense in the third quarter. Max Strus also came out clutch with a couple of threes when we needed it. So it's 17 points for Max Strus, 15 points for Jimmy Butler, 13 points for Bam Adebayo. PJ Tucker has 8. The Miami Heat are winning 94-80. Kyle Lowry, 6 points, 4 rebounds, 5 assists. He's out. He's been ruled out of this last couple of minutes or fourth quarter with an injury on his leg. So he's not going to be playing the last quarter. All right, let me see. There's arguing going on here in the comments, so let's go ahead and address what's the situation here. Let's see. All right, a lot of comments. Origami Urami says, I miss LeBron in Miami Heat. Tommy Hedrick says, Heat will make it to the Eastern Conference Finals. Alan Brooks says, yes, you earned the number 1 seed. Who's arguing with that? Oh, he's arguing with Jermaine. Jermaine, go get him. Oh, man. The Heat are a great team. No hate, but leave the clownish out of it. I don't know what they're talking about. Jonas B says, is Oladipo incapable of guarding Trae Young? If Gabe Vincent is having a bad game, why not put him in? At least Depot can score. I think Gabe has had a regular game or a bad game from 3, but I mean the rest of the game, the rest of his game, I think he's been all right. All right. Alan Brooks is arguing, or his argument is that, well, yeah, is that he says they need Capella. Whoever said superstar putting words in my mouth. Yes, you're right. You never said that. Hawks, agora Vido Morci para who's Hawks. Good third quarter, and that was about it. Boston will take it, says our friend Tony. 50K. All right. Thank you to all of you that are just getting here. Please help us send in super chats. Help us giving a like to this broadcast, or help us subscribing and turning on the notifications. Those are all the ways that you can help us keep growing this channel. Chris Tucker in the audience. Quavo, I don't know who that is. And Alonso Morning with Pat Riley. Riley, it's calm. Dominic Williams is in the broadcast. Dikembe Mutombo is saying no. He's also attending this game. Later tonight, Phoenix Suns facing the New Orleans Pelicans. Chris Paul. That series tied at 1. That's coming right after, right after this game's over. Maybe a little before. Double team on Bogdanovic. Here we go. All right, open shot for the Hawks. That's a three-pointer, and he makes it after a bounce. So a good luck shot there for Young. Here we go. Gabe Vincent. 5 on the floor for the Heat. Vincent, Hero, Dedmon, Butler, and Robinson. Here we go. Duncan Robinson gets the ball. He goes for 3. A little short. Bogdanovic coming right at Duncan Robinson. He gets blocked by Dwayne Dedmon, but Collins gets a rebound and puts it back in. It's a 9-point advantage for the Heat. 94-85. Butler. Tyler Hero. Fakes it. Now attacks the rim. Floater, and it's good. Tyler Hero. He's our hero. He's back today. There comes our hero. Trae Young. Bogdanovic with Hero on him. And that's a 3. That's a good basket by Bogdanovic. I think he's been the best player for the Hawks tonight, for sure. All right, here we go. Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler with the ball. 14 seconds to go. He attacks the rim to his left, gets to a position, and is a basket. There's no stopping Jimmy Butler there. So a 10-point advantage for the Heat again. 98-88. Here we go. Trae Young in the ball. Gabe Vincent. He gets past him. Finds her in the corner. Should have shot that. Okongwu on Dedmon. Looked like a foul. It wasn't, but it's a good basket by Okongwu. And it's 98-90. Gabe Vincent, 7 minutes to go. Here we go. 8-point game. Gabe Vincent, and he turns it over. The camera goes to Kyle Lowry. It's an 8-point game. And the great play by Okongwu. That was a great play right there in the paint. Nothing to do for Dedmon. Here comes the Hawks. 6:52 to play. The Hawks have won 20 of their last 23 games. Let's see if they can make it here. Trae Young. Gabe Vincent on him. Okongwu helps. They switch. Now it's Bam Adebayo on Trae Young. Here comes double team. Herder. Struz now. Bogdanovic open. Hero missed. Oh, and that's a rebound for Young. Eric Spoelstra is back. It's a 6-point game now. 6 minutes and 31 seconds to go in the fourth quarter. The Hawks are making it interesting. That was a wide open 3 for Bogdanovic. He just missed. Nobody boxed out. And Young had the rebound. So 6 minutes, 31 seconds to go. So good timeout for Eric Spoelstra right there. Like our friend Ronald Fonte says, the Hawks were having a run, so why not? Alan Brooks says the Miami Heat are a hell of a basketball team. Thank you, Alan, for your comments and for being here. So 21 points for Tyler Hero. He's leading the team right now. 6 rebounds, 4 assists for Hero. He's 3 for 8 from the three-point line. Then it's Jimmy Butler, 17 points, 9 rebounds. He's close to a double-double there, and it could be a triple-double, even though it's 6 minutes left, so it's going to be hard, but maybe. He has 7 assists. Bam Adebayo has 13 points, 10 rebounds, 5 assists, 3 steals. He's filling up the stat sheet right there. PJ Tucker, 8 points, 4 rebounds, 3 assists. Max Strus, 17 points, 1 rebound, 1 assist. Kyle Lowry, who's been ruled out for the last couple of minutes, for the last quarter, 6 points, 4 rebounds, 5 assists. Tyler Hero, 21 points, 6 rebounds, 4 assists. Right now, we talked about him already. Gabe Vincent, 3 points, 1 rebound, 3 assists, 1 steal. Duncan Robinson, 6 points, 2 rebounds so far in 14 minutes. Dwayne Dedman, in 13 minutes, 7 points, 2 rebounds. Caleb Martin played a little bit less than a minute, so not much. He could add up maybe a couple of plays on defense, and that was about it. No minutes for Victor Oladipo, no minutes for Mark Keith Morris. Also in the bench, Udonis Haslem, Highsmith, and Omar Yurtseven. No minutes for any of them. So here we go. Let's have some fun. We are watching the NBA playoffs. Thank you for joining us here on the 5 Reasons YouTube channel. Remember, as soon as this game is over, go watch our post-op hosted by our friend Royal Shepherd. That one's going to be a fun one because this game has, they've had a lot of things to talk about. So make sure you go ahead and join the post-op show as soon as this game's over. They're going to be there going live. So I'm going to go ahead and put it right there in the lead spot so people get to watch it as soon as the game's over. Go over there and join them. All right, here we go. Last minutes of the game. 12-4 run for the Hawks to start this fourth quarter. Here comes lob to Butler. It's short. So here comes Trae Young. Corner 3 for Bogdanovic. It's good. 3-point lead only for the Heat with 6 minutes to go. So they made it a game. It looked like the Hawks didn't have it on them, but they're coming back. Jimmy Butler ball now. The game between Phoenix and New Orleans is just starting. 1-1 that series. All right, here we go. Bam Adebayo on the ball. All right, 1-on-1. Here goes. Short. Nothing for PJ Tucker. He can handle the rebound. So here comes the Hawks. They can tie it. Bogdanovic. Oh, Harder is open. He goes for 3. Oh, miss. A miss for Kevin Huerter, and it's Jimmy Butler ball. Here we go, the Heat. He comes, he attacks the basket. No foul call. PJ Tucker back to Tyler Hero, 10 seconds to go. To his right, he goes for 3, and that's our hero right there, Tyler Hero. 3-pointer, he gets to 24 points. Big night for Tyler Hero. The first game of the series was for Duncan Robinson. The second one, a great performance for Jimmy Butler. And now this last one for Tyler Hero. 24 points already coming off the bench. Bogdanovic for 3. That's a good 3. So the Hawks, they're just hitting threes right now. This is more like it. Both teams, the best 2 teams in the league. Talking about 3-pointers. In this fourth quarter, 2 for 5 for the Heat, 4 for 7 for the Hawks. Hero attacks the basket. He gets blocked by a Okongwu. It's a fast break for the Hawks now. Bogdanovich with the ball. Trae Young, he wants his shot. I know. But PJ Tucker has it. All right. Young, he complains about a foul. Misses. Bam Adebayo. Tyler Hero. Rebound for Adebayo. Here comes Jimmy Butler. 14 points for Trae Young today. 3 for 10. It hasn't been the best series for Young. Here comes Jimmy Butler. Double teamed. Max Strus. 3 seconds to go. 2. All right, Lugo 3. Too long for a shot. PJ Tucker, he gets fouled by Trae Young. That's a rebound. PJ Tucker complains to Max Strus. This has been a great game. Great game. Great third quarter for the Heat, and now the Hawks coming back and making it a game. It looked like it was over, 15-point advantage or so for the Heat, and now the Hawks are back. Fun game to watch tonight, and thank you for joining us Friday night. And what a better way to spend the night than just watching some basketball together. Thank you to all of you that are here. I'm from Venezuela. I don't know if you heard it before, so now you can do it. Thank you, Willie, for your comment. Hawks win easy. Our friend Noah Jackson. Well, we'll see. We'll see about it. It's been a close game. For some moments, it looked like a Hawks could get it early in the game. The Heat finished down by 7 in the first half. Then they came back with an awesome third quarter. It looked like it was going to be an easy win at the end by the Heat. 15-point advantage, and now the Hawks have been coming back in the last quarter, and it's a 3-point game with almost 4 minutes to go here in the fourth quarter. So here we go. Let's enjoy it. We're watching NBA playoffs. Bogdanovich, what a great game. 18 points for Bogdanovich, 9 of them in the fourth quarter. So I think he's been the key for this team to even be in this game. So it's been a battle of benches. Tyler Hero and Bogdanovich. No Kyle Lowry. He's out. He's injured. He's not coming back tonight. He might be coming back on Sunday. We'll wait for the Heat to talk to us about what's going on. All right. So it was a foul on Tucker. It's Miami Heat ball. And it's Jimmy Butler with the inbound. 14 seconds to go in this possession. A great basketball game to watch. The Hawks trying to win one game. All right. In a great atmosphere. All right, here we go. Jimmy Butler to Tyler Hero. All right, Hero, 12 seconds. 12 seconds. He drives to his left. Again, floater is short. Rebound for Okongwu. So Hero got the shot he wanted. He couldn't make it. So it's Trae Young now. He attacks the basket. He gets PJ Tucker. And that's an and one. Foul. He makes the basket. And he's going to the free throw line to try to tie it. Great play here by Trae Young. He forced the contact down there with the leg of PJ Tucker. Right there, right hip on right hip, and that's a foul. It's a tie game. 101 with 3:33 to go here in the fourth quarter. Tyler Hero, 21-7 run. It's been a game of runs, right? Remember that great run for the Heat in the third quarter? Well, the Hawks responded with a great run here in the fourth. All right, here comes Jimmy Butler. 7 seconds, 6. He's with the back to the basket. To Strus, he misses. And it's ball to Trae Young. 3 minutes, 9 seconds. He attacks the basket. Oh, it's a block by Tyler Hero. What a play by Hero. Hero has the ball. Butler, 17 seconds, 2:51 to go. Butler attacks the basket. Back to Hero for 3. Misses. Rebound by PJ Tucker. Max Strus for three. Good. Max Strus. What a play. What a moment. 104-101 for the Heat. Great defensive play by Tyler Hero. He missed an open three. Rebound by PJ Tucker. Back to Strus. Three-pointer. Now, Trae Young from three, almost from the logo, and it's a three-pointer. Tied game. 104-104. Now, this is more like it. This is the NBA playoffs. Here we go. Tyler Hero. To Bam. Back to Hero. He drives. And it's a turnover. Turnover for Tyler Hero. He didn't want to take a shot. Tried to pass it to Butler down in the basket. And that three-pointer from Young was just crazy. Nothing to do for PJ Tucker there. 2 minutes to go. 20 points for Trae Young. 5 from 13. 8 assists for the superstar for the Hawks. Here we go. It's Jimmy Butler on Trae Young. He asks for help. Doubled. Herder. It's open. Bogdanovic. He's been the hero for Atlanta. And that one's out. Okongwu got the foul. And the basket. So it's a 2-1 for Okongwu there. The Heat boxed out, but it was Hero, so he couldn't really reach up there. Great job by Okongwu. Nothing to do for Bam Adebayo. And that was it. A foul. So Okongwu, free throw. So he makes it a 3-point game for the Hawks. 1:41 to go. Here we go. (27-10) run for Atlanta here in the fourth quarter. In the last 7 minutes and 30 seconds. Butler for three. And he ties it. Jimmy Butler with another clutch three in the playoffs. Reminding us a little bit of Bubble Butler. And that's a foul on Strus. Oh my God. What are they calling here? 15th foul for the Heat. So they are over the limit. Jimmy Butler with another great shot there. And then the call on Strus. So it's going to be 2 free throws for Trae Young. 1:22 to go here. Here we go. Trae Young. Let's see. First free throw goes in. 108-107. 1:22 to go. On Saturday, a couple of games. The Sixers facing the Raptors. Fourth game of that series. Philly up 3-0. Then Dallas against the Jazz. That one's 2-1 for Dallas. All right. Young makes both free throws, and now it's Heat ball. Tyler Hero with it. 109-107. 1:17 to go. Here we go. Tyler Hero. Max Strus trying to help. Nothing. Tyler Hero. 1 minute. Back to Jimmy Butler for three. That one's long. Rebound by Bam Adebayo. That's a foul on Okongwu. So side out of bounds. The Hawks are not over the limit. So this is going to be an out of bounds. An inbound play. 1 minute, 3 seconds to go. Here we go. What a game. An awesome, a great run by the Heat in the third quarter. A great run by the Hawks in the fourth quarter. And here we are. All right, inbound. Jimmy Butler gets the ball. 10 seconds. He's going to go. No, he's attacking the basket. He finds PJ Tucker for three. That's a corner three for PJ Tucker. He keeps it cool, but he gives the lead for the Heat, and it's 110-109. Another clutch three for PJ Tucker. What a possession. Jimmy Butler was trapped in the other corner. He attacked the paint, nothing there. He found PJ Tucker, and it's a 1-point advantage for the Heat. Woo! Great end of this game for both fandoms that are here. Thank you very much for joining us. Will is watching from Barranquilla, Colombia. Saludos a todos los amigos que nos ven en Latinoamérica. Saludos a los amigos colombianos, a los hermanos de Colombia. Un abrazo. Los queremos mucho, nuestros hermanos colombianos. Let's go Hawks, is our friend Savage King. Alan Brooks, not an easy game for either team. Come on, hero. Let's go Hawks for our friend Carlos Grundi. El Mila says, how? It's been a great game. Great game of basketball. 53 seconds left. And thank you to all of you. More than 300 people, 330 people here watching with us, hanging with us here in this great game so far. Great game to watch. And it's been amazing. Thank you very much. Giovanni Carmona, let's go Heat. Clepson Ramon says, Brazil. Brazil. Let's go, Trey. Watching from Malaysia. There you go. Keep it up. Thank you. Heat Clutch. Heat Nation. Heat Clutch. Let's go, Heat. Saludos desde Costa Rica. Saludos, Rich Costa. Si quieren, por favor, ayudarnos. Super Chats. Ayúdennos acá a seguir creciendo. All right. Hawks ball. Here we go. 46 seconds to go. Trae Young. Get some help from Herder. Hero on Young. Oh, help. Herder for 3. He misses. Rebound for PJ Tucker. It's hit ball right now. 34 seconds. Here we go. The Heat are going to run this clock down. 28 seconds to go. 13 in the clock for the Heat. 10. 5. It's Jimmy Butler ball. To Bam Adebayo. To Butler. 1 second. He shoots and it's short. Now it's going to be the last play, and the Hawks are going for it. Trae Young drives, floater, and it's good. Basket for Trae Young. It's 111, 110. Jimmy Butler trying to run the clock down. The Heat didn't quite go for a better play there. Rebound for the Hawks. They kept going. Floater from Trae Young, and that's 2 points for the Hawks. 4 seconds to go. Timeout for the Miami Heat. So the last play of the game is going to come for the Heat. Let's see if they make it and they win game 3 and take it away and hopefully get a win in this game 3 of the series. It's been a fun game to watch for sure. Thank you to all of you that have joined us. Almost, we're getting there to 400 people live, but it's been, so far it's about 6,000, 7,000 people here. So thank you. All right, here we go. Juan Villegas dice, Miami win, hopefully. Mi hermano Juancito. Ronald says, bro. Mateus Braga says, Brasil, Palmeiras não tem mundial, não. Shake my head. Ronald Fonte says, bad possession by the Heat. Yeah, I didn't like it either. Trey, Calvo Foda. William Borges. Why is Lowry not playing? He's out. He's injured. He's not going to be. 4 seconds to go. Watching from the Philippines. Here we go. Last play of the game. We'll read the rest of the comments later. Here it comes. Gabe Vincent in. Let's see which play they draw. Ball to Jimmy Butler. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. To his right. He launches a 3 and it's short. The Hawks win this game. I didn't like that play either. So the Hawks take this one. 111, 110. The Hawks are back in this series. The fans are celebrating and they deserve it. Great game of basketball. A couple of good runs, great runs by both teams. And that's it. The end of the game. The Hawks win 111, 110. Let's read some of you guys' comments. And here we go. Yeah, terrible play. I agree. I don't like when they do this play. Let me see. Let's review the last play. Yeah, you had Hero open, Gabe Vincent open. Let me see here. Bam was by himself. Tucker was by himself. I don't know. I don't like this play. And that was it. Win for the Hawks. Great game of basketball. And thank you very much. For all of you that are watching here, please go to the post-up show. We're going to be doing our post-game analysis right there. You needed it too. Yeah, I agree. They should have gone to the basket. I don't know why they went to those, to that three, and especially running to the right. Not the best play they can make. And the last, if you look at it, the last two possessions, it was like that. Just going to his right, not really creating anything different. And I think that was the key. So let's review real fast what went on. The food is almost here, so we are getting ready to review the box score final for this game. Atlanta Hawks 111, Miami Heat 110. Great game. I'm excited. I'm tired. 20 points for Jimmy Butler, 20 points for Max Strus, 24 points for Tyler Hero. Maybe that ball should have gone to him. Maybe in the future it will. We don't know. 13 points for Bam Adebayo. Jimmy Butler had 20 points, 10 rebounds, and 8 assists, almost a triple-double. Bam had 13 points, 11 rebounds, 5 assists. PJ Tucker, 11 points, 7 rebounds, 4 assists. Kyle Lowry, he was out, and sadly, because this are the type of plays when we need him, he's out because of an injury in his foot, his leg. Tyler Hero, 24.7 rebounds, 4 assists. 3 points for Gabe Vincent, 6 points for Duncan Robinson, 2 rebounds. 7 points for Dwayne Dedman, 2 rebounds as well. For the Hawks, what a great comeback. 18 points for Bogdanovich, but they were led by Trae Young, 24 points, 4 rebounds, 8 assists. And he had a great end of the game. He made the winning basket with seconds left in the game. Kevin Huerter, 17 points. Kevin Huerter, 13 points. Hunter, 17 points. Gallinari, 6. Collins, Gallinari, 11. Collins, 6. I'm ahead of myself. Delon Wright with 13 points. Okongwu with 9 points, 6 rebounds, and a couple of great plays there because they kept the Hawks alive. They were down by 15 at some point, I think in the beginning of the fourth quarter. So great comeback by the Hawks, and we have a series here. So thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you soon here on the 5 Reasons YouTube channel. Again, go ahead and go check our post-up show. They are going live right now here on the 5 Reasons YouTube channel with the post-game analysis. I'm going to leave here this here for a couple of seconds so you guys can continue debating here, but that's the end of the game and the end of our broadcast. Have a good night, and we will see you on Sunday for the 4th game of this first round of the Eastern Conference NBA playoffs. Bye-bye.